There we go. Welcome back. Long 4-day weekend there. Oh, I worked a lot. I worked every single, well, no, I worked every single day of the week. Every day I had something else going on, which was, you know, it is what it is, right? Sorry, I'm turning off my alarm. I don't know why I still have an alarm going at 9 a.m. on weekdays. I don't need it. I wake up at like 6. It's horrible. Okay, what are we doing today? We are doing, I hope, a balancing pass. What are these? What is this purple line? The fuck? What? Why is there an occlusion volume here? Huh? Who put this here?
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
How you doing, Rex? How was your weekend? Why and when was there an occlusion volume here? I don't know why. I'm gonna delete it. Somebody might have just accidentally duplicated it or something. Yeah, I don't know why. Okay, so we're gonna do a balancing pass over the course of like the next 2 days. I haven't even done anything about it yet, so I would like to just shore up a couple of problems that I've found that I think Cuthbert and I both have identified. Maybe delete some excess ingredients where I feel like there may be too much. I don't really know. I'm kind of just running out of things to do, and I'm seeing what else there is. Threw my friend's foot, and then I spilled water on my $250 keyboard. Wow. Miss those old keyboards that was built like tank. The best keyboard I ever had. Logitech K800. It was this. This was the best keyboard I ever had. No joke. Didn't make annoying sounds. Was really comfortable. Backlit. And reliable. I have some SteelSeries keyboards now though that I do really like. Let's see. I want to balance anything regarding placement. I kind of don't want to. To me, that's more of like just a known issue that we need to resolve for vertical. Something for a level design to figure out along with game designers. A bit more crucially, I would say, would be prices of things. The amount of... You find way too many potions and don't really have to craft much, and a lot of the potions you do find are complete shit. So I'd like to shore that up just a little bit. So we can adjust that in the loot tables. Mainly like backpacks, chests. Have an awful lot. Random potion is weighted at 1. Why don't I just boost everything else up? And backpacks are... equally set for everything. I'm gonna boost everything up at potions. I'm gonna lower potions down, actually. Yeah, that'll work. Barrels are 311, 60% chance at nothing. I think that does 3 rolls too on the loot barrel. Sacks, I'm gonna increase the chances for everything but potions. Generally just want potions to be a bit more rare to find out in the wilderness. Crates, I think I'm gonna add... Crates, I think I'm gonna add some random junk to that too. Hey, Miss Sophie. Hi, hi. How you guys doing today? How's your Tuesday? Did you guys play a lot of Expedition 33? Oblivion Remastered over the weekend? I have not gotten around to Expedition 33 yet, but I did play a lot of Oblivion. Let's boost ingredients up and random junk up too. They broke it? What, Oblivion? Which game? What did they do to it? The Game Pass version stopped working with DLSS. How did they manage that? How did they manage to make a new game build and strip DLSS from it? They haven't added it back? You should be able to add those back if the files still exist. You should be able to add those back with any files. Try and connect that keyboard soon and pray it works after trying. Dude, good luck. That's gonna be a big oof for me. Alright, how many chests do we actually have in this level? We have 18. Jesus. Do we want to remove any of these? You know, maybe it's just a me problem because I know where all of these chests exist. It's probably just a me problem. It's easy for me to find them. I wish treasure chests were a bit more interesting though. Birthday celebration. Is it your birthday? Happy birthday. You're 1 year closer to death. Isn't that crazy? Sorry. I don't make up the rules. No, I'm pretty happy with that.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Hey! What did I do? How you doing, Ethano? Serhi. Welcome, welcome. I hope the publisher doesn't, the publishers don't hate us too much for using that Skyrim sound. They understand, they understand it's a proof of concept, you know, it's a prototype, right? It is what it is. Gotta make do with what you have. Thief, you violated the law. So tired of my game sounds. I've heard so much of my game. I've heard thousands of hours of my game. I hate it. Oh. Got some floating rocks. I can fix those. Do you get to the Cloud District? Of course. What am I saying? Of course you don't. We did have a first publisher call yesterday with a pretty well-known publisher. It went very nice. They were very professional. They were very friendly. I can't say anything. I don't know if they liked what they heard or not. The guy was very good at keeping a poker face. But I hope that they liked it. I gave him 4 Steam keys to test out the build. And they should be getting back to us later in May. They offer you 15 million. I don't know what I would do if they gave me 15 million. I think there's diminishing returns, right? Like, of course we can add more depth to the world. If I were given $1 to $2 million more than my budget, I could make it sing. I could make it do a lot. 15? I don't know what I would do with it. It's like, we can't really expand the world endlessly, you know? It would get too big. Too much content. Full of Bethesda bugs. Hey, that's an idea. That earns a keck from me. One equals more Polish. I think if I were given $15, I would try to split it equally among making 2 exceptional games. Like, I would make Cauldron Chronicles, and I would spend a bit more time making sure that we have created modular systems that we could take on to future games, and then I would work on Anvil anthologies. Close, JD. How was the day yesterday? It was good. We had 1 call with a publisher, and then I just relaxed for the rest of the day. It's a lot of junk. Cause like on Friday, what did I do Friday? What did I do Friday? Friday I was doing something with work. Oh, I was doing the website. Saturday I made the company pitch deck. Sunday I went to see Cuthbert and we finalized all of our pitching materials. And Monday I had the call with publisher, so it was like the only time that I had to really relax was Monday. I can't really share anything And the only reason for that is because I don't have much to share. I can't tell you guys who I talked to yet, just because there's two reasons. Number one, I don't want to do something without their permission. But number two, I also don't want to... I have some people that would probably contact a publisher and say stupid things about me. Just to be spiteful, and I want to avoid that for now. Basil, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, man. Or woman. Oh. Yeah, spawners. Cuthbert added spawners, but there's a couple of bugs with them, so he's gonna get those fixed up. So if we do any balancing changes, I can't push that build live yet until spawners get properly fixed. So you might see some floating enemies. Didn't feature exactly. He's been really busy too, so Cuthbert's just been absolutely traumatized by the amount of work that he's had to do. He and I are both going to take a bit of a break. It's a little devil inside trailer now. I should use the style of for my art. Love the character design. I haven't seen that. I did reach out to an artist, a 3D artist, over the weekend. LinkedIn. I know if you guys can be surprised. LinkedIn showed me some art that somebody made, and I just reached out to the person who made it because it was pretty awesome. And at least for the time being, she's willing to assist us. She's got a lot of experience. About the same number of years in the industry that I do. So we're gonna start work. We started work on the mood board and trying to figure out what the game style is supposed to be. And then after that, we want to start work on the beautiful corner, which would be nice. And I know it's gonna sound a little weird, but she's in Poland, so if, you know, we did get funding, I could actually hire her because she's in our budget range, put it that way. Sadly, I wish I could afford 80,000 euro salary artist from the West, but I cannot. I absolutely cannot. There's one bug too with the spawners right now, unfortunately, is that the game will crash when it becomes nighttime, so... If we do any testing today, we'll have to do it during daytime. I think I can just... I don't know, it might crash if I try to switch it to daytime too. Oh no, it didn't, okay. We have a way around it. If I contact the publisher and tell them that about that time you saved my life and rescued my cat from a burning building before lending me your Lamborghini to drive him to the vet. I've never owned a car in my life. That's how fucking poor I am. You know, like that meme, you wouldn't torrent a car? I would. Because that's literally the only way that I will ever be able to get a car. You know, I don't like that this list isn't sorted. I don't like it because what it ends up doing is that you end up with a lack of grouping. That is something I could fix. When should that occur, though? Probably whenever you open your inventory and switch to the ingredient tab, we do a quick sort. I could fix that. A filter? Filter. I think I'm going to save that for the vertical. But I 100% agree with you. Our whole inventory just needs to be better, honestly. But I think I'll leave that up to, like, UI designer. To at least do a first pass. We're supposed to get ingredients. Get all ingredients. There it is. I'm gonna do a full sort, though, of everything not just owned. Sorting will be a little bit slow if you have a larger inventory list. Especially because right now, opening up the inventory is already a little bit of a... There's a little bit of a hitch, but it is just a prototype, so... This is mostly being done for UX, and I don't really care about a hitch on the inventory screen. Not that big of a deal. I want to do this. What's going to be the fastest way to do this? Because this is a custom structure with just a fname and a integer. I'm actually wondering if I could just go through well, I know that I can sort fnames by alphabetical. I think that I can at least. No. My initial thought was to compare the ingredient IDs with our ingredient list in Excel, our database, because that would be a very, very fast process to compare the fnames since they're hashed. And to just make note of the indices. And maybe make a map of indices to amount, and then rebuild the inventory from that. I could do what I do for the finding the closest ingredient to learning, which is a reverse for each loop, and then I do an insert. But I feel like that would be too many loops for something as large as this. Because we only had to run that 5 times. Because we just needed the 5 closest to knowledge, so... I don't know if that would be a smart move. Found gold. That's pretty cool. This style reminds me a lot of... what is it? It's that space game. One of you guys probably knows. What's the name of that game? I even interviewed at the company that made it. And I don't remember the name of their game. Some voxel space game that you could play with friends. It also looks like Deep Rock Galactic a little bit too. Different voxel space game. Yeah, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try... doing a for each loop. Sorry, that was me making weird sounds. Get that table row. And let's grab our ingredients. This won't grab me the index. Hey, code map. If only I can make maps that look that good. Dude, same. Same. Can I grab the index of a... Let me check. Is there really no way to do it? I can only check if it exists so I can get the row. I can't grab the index of the row. Because if I can grab the index, I can do it. I can do a really fast sort of the integers. Very fast. And I don't want to have to loop through every single data row, every single row in the data table just to find the index. Because that would be I'd be doing thousands. Store the index on the row. Because I would still have to find the... I would still have to go through each and grab it. I love the idea, though. Oh yeah, what the hell am I doing? I can just grab the data table row names and then just find it. I'm stupid, guys. I mean, we'll maybe I'm assuming this is a little bit faster. Still waking up, apparently. Almost absent. Can I make an integer to integer map? Yes. It's a little awkward, but I can do it. Key value add move it down just a little bit. Okay, then we sort, well, I can't sort a map, can I? Maybe I should just do 2 arrays. Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna do 2 arrays. Fuck it. People will get mad at me for it, but I'm okay with that. Yeah, but I can't sort that in the same way that I would sort the amounts then. How can I accomplish this with only integers, ideally? Do it on Switch? What would I be switching? The map would be elegant because then I could just map the index to the amount, but I can't sort that. Because if I sort the indices, which is what we want, I can't, I wouldn't be able to remap those because I wouldn't know how to find the original amounts. I'd have to then do another loop through the player's owned ingredients in order to remap the amounts, which I guess I could do. But then we're doing 2 maps. I'd kind of just like to do 1 loop, 1 sort, and then set. If I build the array from scratch, I could, yeah. Problem is we have a lot of ingredients to go through. Yeah. It doesn't need to be super optimized, but I would like it to not have to do, you know, more than... If we only have to loop through, you know, something once, it would be great. The sort, I think, should be pretty fast. Since it's just sorting integers. That's where like an insert would be fast. Realistically. Although the insert has worse performance the more items we have in the array, because then, you know, it has to find exactly where to sort it. So we're essentially doing a loop through that array every single time. It's good for small amounts of data, not for large, and we potentially would have large, especially if the player cheats in all the ingredients. How many raycasts have you added? Well, the player does 4 per tick. Player does one cast per tick for interaction, and then 3 for combat trace. Traces are really fast though, and they're just small line traces, not, you know, like multi-line or multi-sphere or anything. I wonder if there is a way to sort a map. Probably not in blueprints, right? Should use 2 arrays instead. That's what I was thinking. Damn it, Jared. Soto. Bubble sort. What is bubble sorting? Forgive me, I'm not a programmer, so some of these terms that you guys might know. Comparing adjacent elements is swapping them if they're in the wrong order. Oh, interesting. A night terror on raycasting? Yeah, without writing my own sorting method, I wouldn't be able to equally sort 2 arrays. I don't know if there's really a fast way to do that. I really only have sort. Fuck. I mean, I don't know if there's a way to do it without doing 2 loops. I guess I could just see how shitty the performance is. It's just being run in the inventory, so I don't really care. I think we just go for it. 4 loops. 4 number of loops? What would I do with 4 loops? We're gonna try it. We do want ascending, right? Yeah, ascending. Not descending. Once we have that, we can remap it with the F names. Get the keyring and run that through a sorting function, then create a new map. Yeah, pretty much that's what I'll be doing, but with the arrays. Did you buy the stylized weather in sky? I did not. Because the fishing doesn't work. No amount of spamming is gonna make it work. The game isn't even running. I just have a bot message to post that. You don't know? I do know that it's literally not turned on my streaming computer. I can check if he fixed it. I don't think he fixed it though. He's pretty slow on implementing those fixes. Okay, we have our keys. We have them sorted. We need to go through and remap those with the F names and then grab the ingredient amount based on that and make the new map or make the new structure and build it. You tried to fish since everybody tried to. Wow. Do we need the index for any? Well, we'll just do it if we need it. We're actually ahead of schedule for pitching, so I'm just gonna be pretty chill for the next week or so. Not a whole lot of high value work that we can do on the prototype for the moment. Yeah, I'm gonna clear local ingredients, which I don't know why we even made it then. How can this be so cheap? 20 zloty. That's pretty cheap. I do not know. With interiors too. It's quite nice. It's got some other stuff too. I think I had these previously bookmarked before Fab. You need your levels built using 1 meter cell size. Oh. Add unique. Get ingredient. Amount. I know that this is going to be an expensive function to run. I feel it in my bones. Inventory. Small footprint. But very expensive. Let's go find out where we need to shove this. UE4? No, this is UE5. 5.4. Probably here. That looks so tiny, but will do so much damage. It'll be fine with really small amounts. But it will get worse and worse. Okay, kept the rounded edges for the nodes. I've been using Unreal Sense 4.0, like the original release. So I kind of do some stuff pretty old school. I used electronic nodes before, but I wasn't a big fan of it. I think that it's made some things look a lot worse. At least when I used it. It won't be alphabetical, but it will sort. So if we get some ingredients with of similar type like this, we will have them grouped together. Which I think is better than nothing. I don't, like I said, I don't hate electronic notes. I just don't personally need it. I don't know, it's not too hard to just throw in some redirectors, make your nodes look decent. I think for some things it can get a little bit... There are some times where I think that your functions are starting to get a little bit bloated, but for the most part, it's usually just going to happen with selects, switches. Those are the nasty ones. You bought a course for 60 bucks. Hope it's a good course. It actually isn't as slow as I thought it would be, but I do have a pretty good CPU. I'm just gonna cheat in like a whole bunch of shit. There's a bit of a hitch. But it's in the inventory, so I don't really care. Hey, Lazy Fangs. You missed me? I missed you too. Multiplayer Steam survival game course. Oh boy. I think the hardest part will be actually just making it pretty much like every game, right? I think it not being... what am I trying to say? Alphabetical is annoying. But that could also be fixed just by making it alphabetical in Excel. Which, in my opinion, is the cheapest and easiest solution. I mean, I could do what I did for the Discovery. But again, this only had to search for the 5. Still find multiplayer hard to wrap my head around? Dude, same. Same, to be honest. Three years into making your first multiplayer. Oh shit, 3 years? Wow. How's it turning out? Dude, Fluid Flux causes so many stupid wet map problems. I really hate it. Fluid Flux is the worst. I mean, it works. I don't think this sort ingredients list is very optimized, but it also just doesn't need to be. And I think that for most players, as long as you don't cheat in ingredients, you're not pretty much ever going to notice it. I think at most you're going to have, what, 100 ingredients? And at that point, it's hardly noticeable. It's a tiny hitch. And at least they're all like grouped together now. But we know that we need a better way to showcase ingredients, so I'm not gonna worry about it for right now. That's a UI designer programmer problem. Reworking too often their game? Make a prototype and accept the fact that it will all be deleted one day. And then remake your game from scratch. It sounds like the highest amount of effort, but if you factor in all the refactors that you would normally do with a more traditional indie method of constantly refactoring, you would actually save more time in the long run by just making your game from scratch. Tested on Google Cloud VPS, learn GraphQL and Secure Cognito login, the website that uses the same login as game with the shopping carts. I think I'm on the right track. Damn. Sounds complicated. Yeah, it's a tiny hitch. I can live with it. It's not great, but it's not terrible. Have you worked in teams before? Do you mean like Microsoft Teams or like teams of people? I hope you're not asking about Microsoft Teams. No, people? Yeah, I've worked in teams. I've worked in 3 commercially released games. First one was Darkest Dungeon, so that was a team of about, I think it was like 8 people? Second one, I hate Microsoft Teams, dude, same. Second one was for Train Life. That was a team that started at about 10 people, but we built it up to about 30 before release. So I think it was like 25 to 30. And then I worked on Forever Skies with Far From Home. That was a team of about 15, 20. Although I think that they've increased that a bit too. They're probably closer to 20 to 25 right now. So yeah, I prefer working in teams of people. You get just faster, games get done faster. They are, I think, are in many cases better. I like working in teams. Not Microsoft Teams. Fuck Microsoft Teams. Worst experience ever. If you get 9 women pregnant, they'll deliver in 1 month, is what you're saying. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. That's crazy that you figured that out. 21 chapters and 254 lectures. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea how people watch tutorials and lectures. I can't do it. I don't think I can watch a tutorial for more than 15 minutes without getting bored and just wanting to jump in the engine and try it myself. Even if it takes me longer. Okay, what else do I want to rebalance? Maybe ingredient cost, which I can do in here. With my value. These will sell for like 5 each, I think. You're in web dev? I'm not sure how to handle a situation with a team member. What's the issue? Hey, Tata. So cooking, yeah, we're just doing some light stuff. Like, I'm ahead of schedule, which is a good thing. I still need to get all of my pitching materials printed out. So I'm just going to do a quick, like, rough balancing pass, nothing too crazy. And I actually just don't know what to do in this time. Maybe just some more depth level stuff. Maybe relax a little bit, play some Oblivion Remastered on stream or something. We're ahead of schedule. It's a good thing. So we're doing our first publishing pitches, and then we'll come back with some feedback, see what we need to touch up and improve, and then get back into the swing of things. I have a UX team and I'm on it, but the pull request needs to be approved by a colleague and sometimes doesn't approve a visual change. UX team and I'm on it, but the pull request needs to be approved by a colleague. So it's just like a small change, but he doesn't approve it? Kind of weird. I mean, if it's better, it's better, right? Like, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna manually update these based on like perceived rarity. Then again, 10 is not bad because it is a prototype and people need to have good access. You know, I'll keep 10 as the base. 10 base. Cow poop. We'll keep that at 10. What's the 10? That's its value. He thinks it's not better. I mean, if he's your superior, then I don't know if he can really do much about it. Pearls. I like the idea of making pearls a bit more pricier, so you get to choose between do you want to sell them or use them for potions. I think that's fun. He's a senior dev and I'm a senior dev. I mean, who has the final say on whether or not something goes into the website, right? Because that's really the only person that needs to make that change. He's an ancient dev. Nobody has a final say? Oh, that's a great way to run a team. Oh yeah, okay. You know, you might really enjoy the a Tim Kaine talk we did. So Tim Kaine worked on Fallout 1 and a whole bunch of other games. Design committee versus collaboration. You might like that. TLDR. Committee never works. Somebody needs to have the final say. Somebody needs to be the person that can break up the stalemate. Stalemates is how the world works. You know, sometimes I would prefer actual stalemates in politics than whatever politicians cook up to fuck us over. These are all pretty common. Snake eyes are like monster parts. We could increase the price of these. Gold. I feel like these should be worth more too, although they are pretty abundant. But again, prototype, so you know what? I'm doing it. Just care too much. I mean, I feel you on that. I feel you on that. I don't know what can be done, but I would definitely say that if there's nobody to make that final decision, then you're going to end up in this situation more than just this once. This will not be the last time that it happens. And if you have this like collaboration, like this committee method of deciding if something goes into the product, then you're going to have office politics getting played, because people will inevitably try to convince people to join, you know, their side and vote against something or vote for something. It's just going to breed toxicity. Spoon nuts aren't going to be worth anything. Spoon likes his spoon nuts. Product owner is new versus a 20-year-old experienced old veteran of the company. Well, I mean, yeah, just the collaboration or the committee sounds like a good idea, but at the end of the day, I think it just breeds toxicity. You know, it's one of those things, like, one thing we talk about in game dev, or at least I talk about it, is, you know, these two types of people, Mavericks and Martyrs. Mavericks are the ones who will, you know, go above and beyond and do more than they're asked for because they want to be seen as somebody valuable in the company. They want to, you know, help the company. They might do it out of a passion. They might do it because they just love what they do. Unfortunately, that tends to get rewarded by, you know, owners of a company or like a CEO. And that can breed this toxic work health mentality. And everybody feels like they need to follow that same pathway and overwork themselves in order to get rewarded. On the flip side, you have martyrs who feel like they need to take on the burdens and the problems of the company because they want to do it, again, out of maybe a positive place of passion and trying to help or trying to ease other people's suffering. But this, again, can look like somebody is being a better worker, and CEOs and owners can start to reward that. And now everybody feels like they need to do that same thing in order to get rewarded. So, you know, there's some really unhealthy practices that I think can mask themselves as being healthy or good for the team. But at the end of the day, a flat hierarchy still needs somebody at the top in order to make those final decisions. You can have a flat hierarchy, you know, you can have all your developers just be seen as developers, but somebody needs to be that place where the buck stops. Make some of the fish worth more. whole lot of uses for money at the moment, though, with one prototype merchant. We'll need some gold sinks. Yeah, I mean, if you do have a product owner, that person should be the one with final say. Used to working like this and convincing him it should be different because of a bunch of reasons is hard. I mean, I agree with Lazy Fangs. Like, if the product owner doesn't have that final say, then they aren't a product owner. Like, then their job is just meaningless. And I think that if you want to push against it, you know, push against it and try to show the reasons why this is just going to end in bad things for the company. That you can still have a flat hierarchy. But if there's a stalemate like this, then there needs to be somebody who has the final say. And that's a responsibility, right? That's the point of being in a higher position, having a higher salary, is because you have more responsibility put on you. Product owner doesn't approve my pull requests. Oh, you mean like the product owner isn't the one responsible for approving your pull requests? I mean, here's the thing. If you guys have a flat hierarchy where you're both senior developers, then nobody should be approving or disapproving pull requests. I mean, it sounds like you probably you either need that product owner to be the one to approve those requests, or you need like a lead programmer that makes that decision. I don't know how big your team is though. If it's pretty small, you could probably just have the product owner doing that. But there needs to be a neutral party that is looking out for what the product is supposed to, you know, be and how it's supposed to look. That is the product owner. I'll just make the boar meat worth 20 and whatever. No, we'll do 15. I'll do 20 for the tusks. Yeah, Lazy Fangs is right. I mean, Lazy Fangs works in software too, so he can give a much better opinion than me in games. I mean, if he approves the work, then he should approve the pull requests. Simple as that. Like, approving the work, in my opinion, is the same thing as approving the pull request. Otherwise, then there's essentially two gates to putting something in the product, and that seems kind of shitty unless you have like a actual lead programmer. I agree that code review is separate, but it's not a code review. It's literally just like he's not approving it because he doesn't like it, which is different. Yeah, there should be a lead, but you guys don't have a lead, right? Oh, so the product owner is not a programmer. So you guys need a lead programmer, essentially. But the lead programmer shouldn't be turning something down because he doesn't like it. That's the product owner's decision. Like, there needs to be a separation between who's doing code reviews and who's checking to see if something is built properly versus somebody who's deciding if they like the final result. And I think that there needs to be a separation of responsibility there. Yeah, exactly. The colleague should only do technical reviews. And the product owner should be the one to approve visual changes and whatnot. That should be the separation of powers there. That'll work. Do something like team member do cross code reviews without an actual dev lead? Well, then disagreement stops everything. It's tricky when you're managing independent developers. Yeah, I can imagine. I don't know, it sounds like there's no real structure in the team. And there should be some structure. Doesn't mean that people can't... There doesn't need to be like a strict hierarchy of junior has to talk to the regular then talks to the senior then talks to the lead, right? But if there's no proper division of responsibilities, then you can have people like this taking power when they shouldn't, or holding things up when it's not their call. Yeah, the way you described how it should work is really what it should be. If your colleague is acting as the lead, then he really just should be like, you know, code doesn't look good, or this is, not as optimized as we need it, blah, 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 blah. But it's not his call if something isn't to his taste, because it's not his product. He is by definition not the product owner. Actually, Shield, like, you bring up a good point. Your colleague is basically the homeowners association. It's like, what authority do you have to tell me that you dislike the color of my flowers? Okay, we have our values updated. Nothing too crazy. It's one of those cases where some change is better than nothing, because nothing just looks like it's placeholder and a little bit lazy, so. Which it is placeholder, and it was done to be lazy. But hey, better than nothing. I'll pull the merchant up. That cave entrance new? No, this is, so this little entrance is what appears when you select the alternative NPC spawn point, which is really, really good for testing NPCs really fast. Because otherwise they have to run all the way out to the edge of the map and then come back in, which is more realistic, but it does take, you know, like 5 to 10 minutes. I think it's like 5 minutes. Compiling shaders. Why it's hitching. Hey, Flame Panda. You like the lighting of the game? Thank you. I would turn it to nighttime, but there's a small bug that will crash if we switch it to nighttime. The nighttime though looks really nice because it has like the aurora and everything. Some pretty stars. We're working on some enemy spawners, and there's an issue right now where it crashes if it ends up being nighttime. So we gotta fix that. No, don't worry. It's not gonna be in the live build right now. It's a known issue. Programmer just needs some time to look at it, but he's really overworked right now. So once he fixes that, we'll do a new build. Okay, they have their new values. I'm happy with that. It's a pretty good potion. Fortify essence, water breathing, restore health. Animation was clean? Which one? The door? You like my door? Oh, the girl running inside? People always say doors are one of the hardest things to get working with NPCs. You want to know my hack? Okay, don't tell anyone, but the NPCs actually don't have collision with the door. There's just a box that they hit that plays the door animation. They take exclusive ownership of the door for a brief second to open or close the door, but they don't actually have any collision with it. So it looks really good. And if the door was initially closed before they take ownership, they'll close it again, but if it's open, they won't close it. Which is pretty nice. Very simple to set up, and I think has pretty good return on the investment there. Across the appointment, she's running fast as fuck. Yeah, I increased the speed of the NPCs. This is the last NPC that we have in the prototype, so she'll just keep returning as like a merchant. That way you can keep buying her shit. She has a nice greenhouse though that you can buy and a flavor analyzer. They're pretty nice. So the greenhouse goes here, since we have a modular house. And the flavor analyzer goes on the table. It's a little bowl. Super fancy. Incredible technology. But yeah, this is just to show publishers like, hey, you know, we have a house that you can upgrade over time. Gravity when you jump is like you're on the moon. Hey, it'll be even better if you drink a potion with lightness on it, since that will even decrease the gravity on the player for a little bit. Snail antenna tips. Seashells. Meh. Eldermist spore. Pearls. Pearls are an easy one. Ignore that. Don't look at it. Okay, where's some pearls? Usually by shells. Reef will have one. There we go. Maybe another one down here. Oh, there's one. The lighting on the planet changes with time of day too. Pretty cool. If it's too bright out, you can't see the rings. Where are my pearls? Mint, arrow, dirty water, and gold. Wow, what a great chest. You even have bubbles underwater? Yeah, so the player would normally have to breathe underwater, and you can take a potion with water breathing on it to extend that time. If you see this symbol though, the red one, that means that effect is not implemented in potion combat, so that one is not working. So we have things like Aether Light, Poison, Restore Health. Slow is partially working, Fear partially working. Just enough to kind of show like the intention of the game. There's water breathing. So you can drink these potions yourself. Imagine you're like, oh, I want to go explore underwater. Pull out your potion. Give it a good old chug. And then you could go breathe underwater for longer. One nice thing too, I can turn on these sounds. You'll be able to hear the sounds of storm the closer you are to the surface. But as you go underneath, further and further, you won't be able to hear the storm or the lightning or anything. The thunder. Let's read a book. During a storm. Fishing for the Cognitively Impaired by Reginald F. Dorlicker. My favorite. What an author. Kind of spoopy. That's better. That's calmer. More serene. Kind of annoyed you can only chuck 6 potions at a time in Oblivion. What difficulty are you playing on, Lazy Fangs? Because you said you were having some problems with difficulty. I mean, everybody is, right? I think the best thing to do is just play on Adept. Yeah, ignore that spawner issue. Casper should be able to get to that sometime this week. 1 below experts. That is the default difficulty then. It's just adept. Can Goomba stomp the skeletons? We could do that. Could be kind of funny. Game's not meant to be hardcore or anything, so I'd be okay with it. Try the Rowan berries. You have a leader problem? Ooh. Here he comes. Gotcha, bitch. Oh, this one's easy. Ooh. You got sneaky there. Can heal the tree too if I have a potion with restore health on it. Ooh, that'll work. Nice. Codsper did fix the concussive blast effects not showing up too. And they should now work. Oop. Wrong button. Got him. Oops. Bye-bye, Buttfly. Prefer to be second in command than speaking up. I kind of feel you on that. I like to play the consigliere role as well. I'm better as a day-to-day person. Everybody stand on this for me. Thank you. Tincture of debilitation. Nice. Should leave the gold pile on, but mark it as empty. I don't know how players would feel about that. Yeah. Oh, I got him. Turn off the loud-ass music in my own game. Potions have friendly fire? Yes, they do. I'm now glowing too because I hit myself with the Aether Light potion. Hey, it's kind of good though. Helps me see in the dark. But I'm gonna die if I don't... Ooh. Okay, I have 10 health. Not good. We need to rebalance all of the damage too and the health of enemies. Did I say rebalance? I kind of meant balance because I have not actually touched it. I told Cosper just to put in whatever values he wanted until I got around to it. There, we'll kill all the enemies in here. Okay, we need a poison potion. Do I have anything with poison on it? Yes, I do. It'd be ragdoll physics? Yeah, I think we might look into doing ragdolls. I think it'll be really funny. Very high value. Okay, and we need immolation for this one. Do we have immolation? Oop, yeah, we do. Beautiful. Hey, loot. I kind of want to rework the gold sound effect too, because there's like a slight delay on it, and it's kind of awkward. Oblivion at home? Hey, I'll take it. We are inspired by old school RPGs, so I'm okay with it. If my game's Oblivion at home, for right now it is because it's a prototype, I think I'll take that considering the numbers. Yeah. Hey, you bought UDS? Smart move. Nice, I got them both with one. Humongous. The legendary Sword of Chilling. A long-forgotten sword said to be capable of freezing enemies unhit. Junk for an alchemist like you, however. Useless. Carp in a chest in an ancient ruin. Hey, suspend your disbelief. It's a magical carp. Don't ask. No way. No one likes you. You're adopted. Magic carp.
FBI, open up!
I only bought a couple things in the sale. Just received a job interview from another company for the 9th of May. Been looking around since this has bothered me quite a bit. It was kind of relief already. Just gonna check and see how this goes. Hey, good luck. Really. And don't feel bad if you have to change your job. More often than not, that just means that you'll make more money in the end. Changing job is a good thing. I actually have no knowledge of these things. Blindly making some potions. There was nothing on that one. Okay. River guppy, purple desert flower. Oh! Discovered weakness. Pretty nice. Yep, I agree with Tana. Templates can be risky. They're nice though for prototyping, but I don't know. Most of them aren't super modular and expandable. Really just depends. Okay, any major bugs from that play session? Still have that merchant problem. Not a big problem though. Material issue, not gonna worry about that. Fishing reel queue set to looping. I can disable that. As long as it doesn't break the fishing. It's a blueprint editor for dialogue quest combat and finite state machines. Got pretty good ratings. Fucking expensive though, but hey, if it's good, it's worth it, right? Plus, you can pretend that all the money you saved from buying Ultra Dynamic Sky for like pennies, you can spend it here. Seriously, this is how much UDS should cost. This is how much it does cost. Wild. I ended up buying a couple of tools for an artist who joined us. Primarily like Easy Mapper, since that seems quite nice. And I got Menu System Pro as well. That should ease some of our suffering with Common UI and inputs. We all know, though, that in about 3 months, we're going to see a whole bunch of projects up on Kickstarter using something that was really cheap here. We all know it. I actually need to not be muted. It'll be you. Don't do that. Awesome. Still working fine. 15 mil. Why do you think someone should buy Menu System Pro? It looks quite nice, just right out of the box. Or UI. And UI is always one of the most annoying things to get set up and have all of the shit working right out of the gate. A lot of games need like just basic UI to start working with, and if you can just buy a quick pack to help prototype or get a baseline set up, then it can save you and your programmers tons of time. I actually need that log. I forgot that it was clearing log every time I play. Where's my log? Not this one, right? Thought I fixed that. Machine reel trimmed queue set to looping. No, I changed that. What do you mean? Probably because the wave still had it. Yeah, there are some cases where C++ will be less time consuming, in some places where it'll be more. It just, when in doubt, remember what Epic Games themselves does, which is a combination of blueprints and C++. There's no right or wrong solution. Just depends on what you need to accomplish. Or do Unity. Good luck. Ain't no way it's still bitching at me. Ain't no way. I turned off the wave player from looping and the wave itself. Where are you still looping from? VTuber. I like the waves and the sounds. I appreciate that. I didn't make them, which is why they look good. Where is that coming from? It's the cast. That's the catch.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
How many of you were alive when Bin Laden was killed? You guys remember that? That was pretty wild. I think that was, for me, that was like the last time where the entire nation was unified and patriotic. I'm gonna be honest. That felt like the last time where that was really the case. And it was nice to see. It was cool. Yeah, when he was killed. Like when the announcement finally came. That SEAL Team 6. Oh, what year? Oh god, when was that? You want verse? I've heard horrible things about, like, some of those things. Or maybe it was like UEFN. I think UEFN is... people aren't liking it. That was 2011. That was 14 years ago. You heard it wasn't him. We'll never know. I guess we'll never know for sure. You want a scripting tool that's not visual? I mean, that's just C++. That's just coding, man. Just like Lua. If you want like scripting, go like Lua or something. It was his stand-in. I'm 30, so I was alive. Do you remember it? C++ needs compile. You can do live coding still, I think, with Unreal. Can't you? Yeah, you have live coding. To hot patch C++ function changes. 2 seconds per change. I mean, what are you gonna do? It's focused on trying to get out of being homeless. Well, hey, I know one home that was available when Bin Laden was killed. If you don't mind a couple bullet holes. Verse doesn't make me optimistic it will go very far. I don't know very much about Verse. Maybe you can tell me about it, Matt. Also, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Where is this being used? Where am I calling this? It's gotta be in the fishing spot. I mean, I have the minigame audio fishing click minigame. Yeah, there's the real queue. But it's not like it's set to looping here. Maybe it's the multiple instances triggering that? Hmm. I can try turning it off. Because we have concurrency settings on it, so... well, I don't know. It's just a warning anyway, so if I can't fix it, it doesn't really matter. I'm not gonna fret about it. Butterflies playing with the beach ball. That's not bitching about it anymore. Okay, it was just the multiple instances clashing with the concurrency settings and shitting out a loop error. That's fine. All fixed. What other buggery boos did we have here? Oh, they weren't bugs, more just warnings I might be able to fix up. I could try to take a look into why the merchant junk is complaining. I have nothing better to do. Okay, I do have better things to do. And fix up the... Yeah, I just have to change this wall to not be nanite. What it comes down to. Could be playing 33. I do want to play it. I want to play that. I want to play more Oblivion. I want to check out Night Rain when it comes out. Unfortunately, Doom Dark Ages comes out, I think, literally this day. May 16th, I think, is when Doom Dark Ages comes out. Which sucks ass for me. It's like the worst time. It's right before the conference. It's somewhere around. It's somewhere like here. It might be the 15th. To be honest, though, I really only have 4 to 5 people that I'll be talking to about Cauldron Chronicles. Ugh. And I don't think any of them have gotten back to me yet, mainly because the application for Digital Dragon sucks ass. So horrible. Yeah. So if none of them get back to me, then I'll have no meetings. Which would kind of be unfortunate, but it is what it is. Hey, buy my games when I release them if I don't die beforehand in game. Yeah, I'll buy your game. I'll buy chat's games if I have money for it. Alright, let me cheat the merchant here. And I'm going to check out what specifically is causing a problem with her. We need more cheats too. I do need more cheats. I don't remember which ones I needed, but some more cheats would be nice. More teleports could be kind of useful. I don't know if Shoulduck has this game yet. He's still working on it. Should I increase the minimum distance for the hut waypoint? So that if you're in the hut, it doesn't show up at all. That could be nice. I can do that. Well, let's make this smaller. Probably only gonna bitch at me when I load up her inventory. Seeds and junk. Both are trying to access indices with only a length of 1. Because of this. Thank you for the follow, Tata. It's nice to have you around here. I'm curious though why it isn't happening with the others. Primarily ingredients. It might be because it's empty. Let me check that. Oh, her ingredient inventory is just bugged as a whole. Okay. I can look into that. Otherwise, it would probably have the same issue. But because it's empty, it just doesn't build at all. That's really weird. She has no ingredients? It's it's hard to see because of she wouldn't generate without ingredient. I mean, I just sold her an ingredient. I mean, it's possible that the selling isn't updating her ingredient inventory correctly. That's weird. I mean, this is the same setup that I use for anything else, so it should be returning that, unless it isn't generating any. Although that seems... Well, even then, I sold her an ingredient, it should show up in her inventory. And we know it was working before, but it's not working now. Wait, actually... I'll just check if it's working. I'll just check the current build. I'm kind of wondering if it was something with the sorting that I did. I'm starting to wonder. The reason I'm wondering if it's the sorting is because I'm changing the indices around. But I'm setting it by reference. I mean, I don't know. It could be. I don't think it is, but it could be. It's the only thing relevant that I've changed recently. The flavor radial is giving you inventory architecture flashbacks. Dude, inventory architecture is tough. It's so tough. Yeah, this was kind of a pain to set up. I do like how it's ended up, but it was a pain. Oh no, ingredients aren't working here either. Okay, so I did bork ingredients at some point, and that just has leaked into the build. Okay. I could check to see when it was last working. Okay, good to know. It's probably not the sorting then. Something else is causing it. Like in this case, if the player sold it, we check if the player, we're on the player tab, true. So we grab the ingredient from index. We update the player's inventory. True to remove. We know that it's removing it from the players. Is it for some reason borking up here? Taskboard. Wait, what? Wait, huh? Why are we referencing the taskboard here? Huh? I think I mistakenly updated this function, thinking that I was updating this function. Okay. Wait, so I guess right now if you sell an item to a merchant, it goes into the task storage bin. Well, that's an oops. Okay. Well, I know why it's not working. Yeah, it should look like this. So wait, is update storage ingredient inventory? I mean, is this just a carbon copy of... No, this looks fine. We know task storage is working fine. I guess I just accidentally updated... Update merchant ingredient inventory when I didn't mean to. Okay. I'll fix that. Oops. Do we need to combine these? Slide the merchant uninstall OS. Yeah, that was kind of weird. I must have messed that up when I was updating the or making. I bet what I did was I copied the merchant functions, I duplicated them and reworked them, but I unknowingly updated one thinking that I was working on the task storage. And so there are now just two functions that actually just do the same thing, but one of them is not supposed to be doing that, so it's an oops. It is a big oops. But an easy fix, just kind of annoying. Okay, we need to grab the merchant data, forced inventory. I feel like we should be setting by ref. No, we are just adding unique. That's fine. It is fine. Unity! Ugh! Fucking piece of shit. I think the worst part is that it hangs. that if it can't get that version control status, it just hangs. Like, that's gotta be some of the worst software design ever. That you think they would have resolved when they first added version control support back in Unreal 4 point whatever. Seal. Thanks, Unity. Appreciate that. It's not gonna get past this, is it? You bitch. Does it even like retry? This would be an easy fix, just put a timeout. Or like a little cancel button. Like, what are we doing? Cannot connect to the Unity VCS server. Wow, that's so great. I'm so glad I pay you guys to have bugs. I appreciate this. Man, the sooner we move to diversion, the better. Is there anything I can kill? I wonder what service it's trying to run. Whatever. It's annoying. Even when working in Unreal, Unity finds a way to fuck me over. Greenhouse wasn't saved? Kinda weird. It might need to be because I updated the static mesh. Well, it shouldn't be. Okay, wonderful. It saved nothing. Gotta do it again. Great. Thanks a lot. Alright. Plug it back in, we'll save it. And hopefully it won't bitch at us. Technically, if I knew what I was doing with programming, I could just submit a pull request. So that wouldn't time out. I'm just surprised that nobody has done it yet. I mean, how many people working with version control have likely had issues like that before? It surprised me that nobody's fixed that. Hey, Tilo. I hope you're having a great day, too. Alright, let's see if I fix that. And then I'll jump in, I'll check the other bugs that we have. Oh. Lazy Fangs, you don't like the Oblivion lockpicking minigame? It's pretty easy. Got an ad for a Steam game to wishlist. Looks like they use the same ads, but what? Probably yeah. Yeah. They're good assets. They're good assets. They're pretty cheap. I would use them too. Yeah. Hopefully they get enough money to get those updated though. Oh, don't worry. Games like this don't bother me because they're shopkeeping games. They are the exact opposite of what our game is. They didn't even update the image though on this. Would have done a little bit more than that. There are a lot of people, though, that use early access pretty early. I wouldn't do it. Even Steam tells you not to do it on their documentation. Like, you know, you probably shouldn't do early access if you're super early into development and using it to get funding. You release it before me. Well, you would have a few years to do it, so... Spoon! Come back here, sir. Do I not remove the crosshair when the player's in dialogue? I thought I did. Kind of awkward. Release the day before us. I will say with the publisher we talked to yesterday, they like the exact type of games that they're wanting to make is the exact type of game that we're making. So I'm hopeful. Is it still not gonna grab? Oh, it did grab the ingredients. Okay, this might have fixed it. You know what it was? It was probably because update merchant inventory was fucked up. Ingredient inventory. And when I am spawning the NPC, we have a forced inventory that she has, but we also have a generated inventory, which would update the inventory then. So because that one function was fucked up, it was also messing this up. So we might have resolved it just by fixing that one function. Yeah, it looks good now. We just still have this issue that we need to fix, which is separate. And like identified, I think it's just because it's still using this select node. So we just need to separate these and maybe duplicate the nodes. It'll look a little bit more ugly, but probably the right thing to do. Yeah, this is gonna look ugly, but it'll work. Lazy Fangs, what about the Oblivion lockpicking minigame do you not like? Doesn't make sense, it's pretty much random. So? What do you mean? It's so fucking ugly. Pin doesn't follow a cycle, can randomly fail. Do it by getting the skeleton key early and pressing R over and over. And randomly fail. I mean, you just push them up. Like, you just push and you click. No, you can do it with the others too. There's just a smaller window on those, and that window gets the likelihood to get the slow push increases as your security goes up. So it's a timing based mini game. I mean. It's really easy to make money in Oblivion. You can just buy like 100 lockpicks. That's what I do anyway. Okay, I want to check if this fixes the junk tab. And if it does, then we'll just do the same thing down here for the seeds tab. It's not very elegant, but it'll prevent spamming of warnings. The skeleton key is kind of ridiculous. You can also, if you spam spacebar after you push a pin up, you will get security experience. So you can actually get 100 security in a few minutes and at the start of the game, even without the skeleton key. I guess I don't remove the crosshair in dialogue. That's a bit of an oversight. I'll get to that. I mean, they do teach you how to do lockpick. I think there's a tutorial that pops up for lockpicking. But I do prefer Starfield. And Skyrim's is pretty decent. Starfield's the only one that makes me have to use my brain, which I kind of prefer just as a mini game as a whole. Skyrim's is great, but it gets kind of boring fast. It's not the most engaging, which arguably is probably why it is so well loved. Well, I think that's why I like Starfields the most. It did get tedious, but that's mainly because the loot wasn't anything interesting. If I knew that loot in Starfield was better than what it is, I think that I would be more excited when something was locked. But it isn't, so what are you gonna do? Oh, ingredients have the same problem too. Yeah, I was wondering why ingredients didn't have that problem, but it's because they were broken. So now that they're not broken, I need to fix ingredients and seeds with the same fix. Okay, that's easy. Just annoying. Do they both have the same setup with the array? Ingredients do. Seeds do. Okay, so I can just copy it. These should be the complete same setup. It's the perks of RNG generation. It's almost never worth it at endgame to do any looting. Yeah. I have this, look, I think it's just a whole, on the whole, it's a Bethesda issue. Because I think that other games probably have resolved it better. Though I can't name any at the moment. But all Bethesda games have this problem. Especially with like gear and level scaling. I don't know about you guys, but the most fun for me whenever I start up a Bethesda game is literally the start of the game and some of the mid game, like in terms of like gear, looting, and the feeling of difficulty of doing things. And that just becomes worse and worse as you play the game. But maybe I'm the only one with that problem. Clawing your way to competence is fun in Bethesda games. It's nice, like the start of Oblivion, start of Skyrim, start of Fallout games, start of Starfield, they really feel good. I don't know, I know people didn't like the start of Starfield. Some people found it slow. I thought it was fine. I enjoyed it. But it's just, once you get some like halfway decent gear and you find easy ways to make money, which you could argue is part of the game, sure, but then there's very little to sink it into. There's very little to spend it on. And I don't really like seeing like bandits running around with highest level gear. It's not very immersive. And I can't pick it all up, and even if I could, I don't want to sell it because I already have 100,000 gold. And then I've explored let's say, like, if I look at, like, Skyrim, right, as an example, although Skyrim's a little bit better than Oblivion is about this, but I can explore, like, just this much content, and I've already leveled up enough that most of the rest of the world is just going to be running around in, like, the highest level shit. And that, to me, is at the point where I stop having as much fun. Like, the quests can be good, the writing can be good, but now gear and looting is... it's nothing. It means nothing to me. Which to me is part of the fun of exploring and having this open world, is to have that interesting gear. And you remove that... nah. I just... it isn't fun to me anymore. Yeah, like you get a full set of chameleon gear or something. Best stream I've ever had was Morrowind, mostly because it had way more mechanics and skills you had to engage in, and the quests were more demanding and engaging. Yeah, I think that, like we've talked about before on here, Bethesda titles just remove a little bit more of what it means to be an RPG with every game that they make. So Skyrim is the worst in gaming history. Why would you ever introduce a player to an open world RPG experience by forcing the player through a completely linear tutorial sequence? Yeah, I'm not a fan of Oblivion's start, or Skyrim's start and tutorial. Fuck me. Morrowind was cooler because it just kind of like threw you right in there. What do you think about Soul series? I have the same problem as you, but with Soul series, the weapon and shits I picked up, I only use like 5% of it, but it still feels good to find shit. I like it. Yeah, I like Elden Ring is great. And it's because with Elden Ring, you know that every time you enter someplace new, you're going to find something new. And I mean new by like unique, not, you know, randomly generated item with prefixes that don't mean anything, but you've already seen a billion times, but actually some new weapon or item that could affect your style or build. But you also know that you can just start a new game plus, at least with like Elden Ring, and you can just find the stones to level that up again. It's not very difficult. Or find the bell bearings and buy the smithing stones from the Twin Maidens. Elden Ring just has excellent itemization and fantastic progression that isn't gamified in the ways that the Elder Scrolls series or Fallout series are. Everything Bethesda does with scaling is gamified. It's not natural progression, it doesn't feel natural, and it only really feels good to me at the start of the game and some of the mid-game. So I don't know what to feel about Elder Scrolls 6. You know, of course it's going to be fun, and of course it's going to be fun because you buy it, you play it, you experience the uniqueness, and then you wait for mods to come out. But I think as an RPG, I do fear that it's going to be even less of an RPG than Skyrim and Fallout 4 were. They're definitely going to lean into more action RPG combat because that broadens your audience, sadly. So I would expect big combat improvements to Elder Scrolls 6, but probably fewer immersive sim and fewer RPG mechanics. Closer to what Starfield had, or they might have learned from Starfield, and maybe we'll see some of those things return. I hope. There's rumors that Fallout 3 is getting a remake by Virtuos as well. But I think that, I think for now those are just rumors. Alright, all of those pesky warnings have been fixed. Very nice. They didn't really cause a problem, but they were just... They were annoying, you know? Let's remove that crosshair from dialogue. Yeah, we hide the combat HUD, but not the crosshair. It's fucking being slow. The hell? Look. It's like... Huh? Like lagging. That's better. Weird. Okay, we can collapse it when the player interacts, but we need to return it under a few conditions. I don't think we do a callback or anything to attempt dialogue close. Seriously, Funny, what's your estimated production time? 34 months of production. We would need about 3 months to finish up pre-production to resolve some issues, primarily with combat design, level design, and art. And then we jump into a... Oh god, what is it? I think it's an 11-month vertical slice? No, it's 14-month. Somewhere around there. Somewhere around that number of months for vertical slice, and then we would release on early access and then have a timeline for content releases on early access. It's somewhere around that. Wait, let me pull it up. Yeah, 14 months on early access. Or on vertical slice, and then we would have a total of 17 months in early access before full release. For a total cost of about 4 million euros. Well, I think that will increase slightly. It'll be closer probably to 4.5. Knowing how games are built. a lot of little costs that add up. Okay, we need it here. And then 2 narrative events. There's end dialogue An end encounter. Actually, I'm surprised we don't run it here. Oh, I don't want to open that. That's for smart people. Maybe end encounter runs that somewhere else. I'll test it. I shall test it. Yeah, yesterday was pretty easy, I would say. I think I need some better answers to certain questions, but for the most part, like anything revolving around the budget, the timeline, who we need, honestly, we did a really good job preparing for that because I was just, yep, okay, here's the info, here's how much we need, here are the people that we want to hire. Which, honestly, last year was the biggest question because we were so early into development that I didn't know. Like, we were like 4 months into development, so I didn't know what the game would fully look like or what the proper vision was going to be. Now, though, that's all done. That's the easy part. I just got to do some more practice of talking about like the open world and what the purpose is and how the progression is going to work. I don't prepare like a script for any of my publisher talks or investor talks. I just kind of speak. I don't want to give him... Yeah, see, the crosshair doesn't come back with pressing X, so we need to work that out. It does on end dialogue, because we set that up here. End encounter, though. Oh, yeah, look at that. That is bugged. Very good, okay. I thought that might be bugged. Very nice. We like fixing bugs. Does pressing escape work the same as pressing X in dialogues? I think in some cases yes, in some cases not. I can check something with that. I don't know if we have like a dialogue input. I can make one. I can make it so that escape works. The problem with that is that in some cases I don't want the player to escape dialogue because due to the way that we check conditionals and events, there might be some problems with the player escaping during certain parts of dialogue and they'll never be able to get back. in which case certain flags might not be ticked. So I remove the ability to exit dialogue during some of those places. There is a way that I could fix that though. Yeah, we don't so we don't show the X in cases where that would be a problem. I'll show you. There's two controls that we have. Which is, should the player be able to give the NPC potions, and should the player be able to exit dialogue? And here, you see there's no possibility. I do have a debug, but it shouldn't be used in this case. When you get to a certain point, I enable the X button. And then in cases where I want it, we can enable the potion giving. So I could enable the player to press escape to exit dialogue here, but I'd have to do a little bit of refactoring. Well, actually, I could just check if this is visible. It might not be too hard. I could do it in a very dirty way. Yeah, I agree with the consistency. I think it's a good point. UX is one of my weakest aspects, to be fair. Very much a systems kind of programmer. Games built by programmers where you just have like Excel spreadsheets for UI, I vibe with. I wish I could ignore these kinds of things. No, so also keep in mind too that like this whole prototype we just like delete essentially when we work on our when we enter production. So everything here is just placeholder, and it will get rewritten by actual programmers. But because I have some free time right now, I'm willing to do it. You hard coded that on F? I'm gonna move that over to an input action. That definitely needs to be on an input action. Sorry, distracted. Lieutenant Kiker. It looks so cool. Can we see a little bit, please, of the gameplay? Give me 1 second to get this enabled. You can play it yourself too if anybody wants a game key to try it on Steam. Just note that it is a prototype. It's proof of concept. But you can play it on Steam if anybody wants a key. Let me grab you one. I have to check which ones are still valid. Anybody can ask for a key, by the way. You don't need to be a subscriber. You don't need to be a follower. You don't need to be on our Discord. There's no NDA. There's no restrictions. If you want to stream it, if you want to take screenshots of it, record it, go for it. I'm checking on Steamworks if the keys that I'm going to send you guys are valid. Actually, I know what I can check as my last used key. I sent it to publisher, so I can just check that. This one should be valid. Kiss in the forehead. Alright, I'm gonna whisper it to you. There you go. And if you need any more, just let me know. I have 456 left to provide, so... Get another one? Definitely. I will, I'll send that one to you as well. Give me 50, I'll make good use. If you want 50, if you have people that you guys want to give them to, I'm seriously open for it. Just don't sell them. If I see any that are being like sold for any reason, I will ban those keys. I hope that they're not being resold. Put them on Reddit. They'll be sold so quickly. Like the game is, all these keys will be like banned once we start into production, but this is just for testing them. Russian gray market for one forehead kiss. Alright, uncompleted. I need to... It's gonna be kind of weird. Do it as quickly and dirtily as possible. It's not the emergency exit. I think it's the close button or something. Such a dumb way to do it. Have you seen this game? Dreadmore, yes. I got into a bit of a spat with the developers on their forums about it. And I did get them to show off at least one screenshot. They are in pre-production. They're pre-vertical slice. They personally did not see any problem with releasing their trailer the way that they did. I disagree. But I can confirm that they are in pre-production. So they do have gameplay, but probably just not very much of it. Yeah, they're before vertical slice, so they're in pre-production. But their game is, I guess you could say, real, but they have not shown any gameplay. Just screenshots of what their in development build looks like. You're worried this looks too much like Dredge gameplay wise. It is very much derivative of a lot of different types of games. Yeah, it's real, but it's not. Like it's, what do you call pre-vertical? I don't get the term. So vertical slice is, if you've played Witcher 3, this is the example I like to use. White Orchard is the game's vertical slice. It is a small section of the gameplay that includes at release quality all of the features that the main game is going to have, but you know, a much smaller map. You have all of your loot chests, you have a boss or two, you have quests, you have places to fast travel, little monster nests, a settlement, an armorer, a blacksmith, waystones, herbs to gather, everything. Tiny little thing. So this can be used as a demo. It can be used as a section for getting, investment, getting publishers. It's because it's release quality. It has everything that you would want at the quality that you would have in the release game. Before that, you're in pre-production. Like before you're even making your vertical slice, and you would have placeholder UIs. You'd have really ugly looking things. You'd be using assets from other games or from like marketplace. So our game, pre-production. If that makes sense. Yeah, basically the game as it should be, only a piece of it. Exactly. So I wouldn't be super interested in Dreadmore until you see gameplay of it. But they're self-funding it. Get the slice but not vertical. Because a vertical slice is looking at the game from like top down. So think of a cake where you cut a slice vertically as opposed to horizontally. Vertical means that you're getting a section of all of the flavors, but only a tiny piece of it. A horizontal slice, which is also a real thing, means that you're getting everything from the cake, but you're not getting it and in the quality that you want. You're missing some of the flavors and everything like that. So it's a way to build a game because you're like, okay, I need this flavor and this amount of it. I need this flavor, this amount of it. We need these layers. And so if you take like a 10% of your cake, you're like, okay, so multiply this by 10 times to get the cost for the entire cake. It's kind of, so it's a way for you to help budget the game, to help determine the quality of that you want at release, all the features that you want, how much fidelity, things like that. Yeah, experience the depth, exactly. So you really get a feel for how the game is going to play, and you're like, okay, I've played one level, and you plan to have 20 levels in the game. Okay, so, we can multiply our estimated amount of time by roughly 20, or we can break them down even more granular and decide, okay, it takes about 2 weeks to make the block out of the level. It takes, our team 2 weeks to make all the 3D assets, or this amount of assets. So if we have a level that is twice the size of this, multiply these by 2, and that's how long it's going to take to get the block out and art done for the new level. And then you would like stagger them, right? So because the LD block out and the art can't always work in tandem, you would do block out, art, block out, art. And that's just part of like determining your schedule and time frame for making content. Game is not on Mac. Yeah, sorry, I don't have a Mac build because I don't have any way to test it, and I don't think I have a way to build it. Apologies for that. Do I have like a good exit dialogue? What are the scripts that I run for exit dialogue in the narrative event? Not ending the encounter though, it's just closing the dialogue. It's just this. So copy it again, fuck it. The nice thing is, if your game is fun, your vertical slice is your holy grail. But you don't want to... Oh, I'll fix that. You don't want to, you want to rush it. You want to do it poorly because your intention of your vertical slice should be to properly estimate the time and money that you'll need and the people that you'll need to finish up production. But I've seen a lot of places not do it very well. Where's the narrative? How do I handle that in the UI? Probably a subsystem. Oh, it's just a get narrative component. Okay. That's easy. Yeah, I can test it with E. We'll add the context. Oh, there is no context helper here. Yeah, I can't do anything right now. It's possible though that I put input only on UI, and I would have to change that to input mode game and UI. We'll see though. Yeah, I do need to do that. Okay. That's easy enough though. Oh yeah, because of that we did need to remove the, okay. Remove base inputs. Add map. What was it called? Add input. Oh god, what did I call it? I forget the name of the function. Add interactable input context. For dialogue. And then we'll want to remove dialogue, add base inputs. And I'm going to shore that up here too. That new functionality. Ideally, I'd just put this all in one function. Oh well. Didn't think about it. Yeah, I can't close now. I can. It is not giving me my inputs back. because I don't give the player the inputs back. And then we'll fix up this this problem. Ugh. I think the likelihood that we get the money to finish up pre-production is probably pretty high. I think that maybe the biggest detractor is just that our vertical slice is so long, but it is a systems-driven game. I can't really avoid that. You know, it's not like the player has 3 actions of move, interact, and click. That's a hell of a lot cheaper to make games that have that support. Okay. That's working. You can now press E and escape to exit dialogue. That was a good recommendation. This needs to go in default. I probably should move those over, because we're still using the one here. Oh, I don't have an input action for it.
Mr. President, wake up.
Hey, hold on. Okay, input action, drink potion. That's all that's needed there. Add it to what? Oh. There we go. Assign F for fart. There we go. That's now working a bit better. Honestly, enhanced input is really, really good. Enhanced input took me, I don't know, it takes like just a little bit of rethinking to change from how input mappings worked in old Unreal. But once you learn it, it's just so nice. Mainly it was just like wrapping your head around like context and how to use them. But they're so nice to use. Okay, perfect. Alright, let me go to the bathroom real quick and then I'll fix up the waypoint. And it shouldn't be visible when you're in the hut at all. BRB. Daylight come and me want to go home. Be nighttime come and me want to go home. Ugh. Alright, let's fix this bitch. I probably hard-coded it, didn't I? I hard-coded it. Minimum was 2,500. I should just be able to increase that. I can try 3,000. It's still visible. Yeah, it's better. It might be a little bit visible, but it's so hard to see. And I think by the time you're this close, man, if you can't find the hut when you're this close, I got another news for you. You might be single-digit IQ. Or my wife, who is really bad at games. Don't call me out like that. Yeah, that's a pretty good distance, I think. You can always turn it off too if you end up playing the game. Just to be immersive. Good. One more improvement. Always nice to make. What other improvements do we need? I hate this. I hate the fact that there's really just nothing else for me to do. Anything that major that I'd like to do would just be like, well, that's what funding is for, because it needs to be done from scratch. Balancing. Enemy health. Potion damage. That'd be one I can do. What did he set this up in like a... Oh wait, enemy health right now is... You know what? I'd have to check with Cuthbert on some of that. It's possible that enemies right now pull from a common pool of base stats. The only thing I could change would be potion damage amounts. But that runs a little bit of a risk. Well, I can do a little bit of it. I gotta find him. Yeah, it's minus 10 base and then we scale it up on the tier. So tier 3. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna increase that to double. Are you serious, Unity? Are you down again? Dude, they're charging me like 12 bucks a month for this. Fuck it, I hate it. I can't afford this. It's like 4 to 5 meals for me here in Poland. Here's the solution. These guys. Indie price. I mean, even if we had like 10 users at start. That I could afford. Hard to host your own. Depends on which version control you use. There are free version controls. There absolutely are. Fuck off. Fuck you. I don't even know if it's on my end or not at this point. Alright, the only thing I lost was that damage increase. That should mean that our test concussive blast potions should do 60 damage now. The problem is that that will do 60 damage to the player as well, so. Indeed it does. I could make it 15 maybe as a compromise. And I think poison damage is relatively strong. Both poison and immolation, I think, are relatively strong for what they are. I'm gonna try it out though. Where is some immolation? Also, does chill work at all? Let me try it. There's immolation. Where are my zombies at? It's doing nothing right now. Immolation. Immolation's pretty strong. Although I think that increased tiers of immolation don't increase the damage they do. Only the radius. This will heal. It should heal him. It might be a bug. Huh. They're supposed to heal from poison. Lasting a long time too. There we go. I'm gonna go test that out on the zombies and skeletons down in the secret room. I'm wondering if maybe their tag got removed or something. He's healing back up. Check the zombies. No, they're healing too. Huh. Okay. We know combat is not very hard right now either, so that will be addressed. That's why we plan to hire a combat designer. Oh, this one is not lootable. It's the respawning one. He should be respawning. Oh, probably because he's still valid. Now he's not. There we go. Alright, do I have another... Oops. Oh. Poison to test? Let's see. There we do. Okay. Yeah, I'll send that over to Cuthbert. Good find. I'm curious though if poison is working properly against... Thank you. Thank you for dodging it. Verdio, thank you for the follow. Happy Tuesday. I'll try to... Don't move. There we go, we got him. Now it did fortify his health, but it is dealing damage. Okay, so yeah, it's something with the zombies. He got frenzied too. Oh yeah, he is very angry with me. He is not happy. I hope that as shitty as, you know, combat kind of looks and feels right now, that it at least shows potential. That's really what I'm hoping publishers see. We might not be artistic, but we got big plans for how to use all this stuff. Yeah, something with the zombies. If I can get another poison too, I'll try to use the poison on him and then damage him. Let me see if I can spawn one. Okay, poison, poison, poison. That'll work. And just like any concussive blast potion will do. That'll work. Okay, first I want to kill him. Perfect. We gotta wait for him to disappear. Okay, and he should respawn. Poison first and then try to damage him and see if he heals. Shouldn't do any damage to him. This will damage him. Paralyzed him for a couple seconds too. Nope. And I think they were both acting this way. It wasn't even just this this respawnable one. I kind of want to try it then on the zombie over in the village. See if he has the same problem. Okay, concussive blast, and then we'll grab a poison. Nope. I wonder if it's something to do with down here. Effect area box. GE poison. Should reapply every second. It's weird. I mean, we know that it's applying the poison, so I don't know why it wouldn't work in the same way. It is possible that it's removing. I don't know. Yeah, I'll just send it over to Kotspur. Poison pool seems to work, and poison is correctly removing health from enemies it can damage, but undead enemies outside of the pool don't seem to be getting healed by poison. I think he'll know where to look better than me. Immolation might be a little bit too strong. Mainly because it applies for 5 seconds at -10 multiplied by the tier. So I think what we would rather have is a tier multiplier of -5. It could do a modifier too on how long it lasts. But this might be a good start, because then at tier 1 we're 25, tier 2 50, tier 3 75. I like that better. We'll do the same thing for poison then, so it's consistent. A poison is 30 seconds long. Ticks every 3 seconds. So we get 10 ticks. At -5 per tier. That's a lot. I'm gonna lower that. That'll be 20, 40, 60. It'll be pretty slow though. That's okay for now. So I'm curious if we get modified magnitude sizes for different tiers of poison. Maybe we might. I'll make a couple of poison potions. Do poison 1 and poison 3 and see if that shows anything. Hey, potato. Poison 1. Oops. Zombie brain is poison 3. That'll work. Okay. Small. Also small. Okay, I'm gonna increase that. I think I know where we do this. Effect range and spawnable. I think I can just add it here. Base radius, tier curve, and we do not have spawnable effect objects. Let me see if that works. Hope you guys had a nice weekend. I apologize for being gone so many days, but I definitely needed it. We had a lot of work to do. And the good thing is we got all that work done. Yeah, we're ahead of schedule with documentation, so I'm very happy. That is increased in size. I like it. I'm wondering if we should add at least that for all of the effects in the game. At least the ones that work, I think, should have it. Imagine being productive. I'm dying. You know, I'm glad that I took work off to make Cauldron Chronicles. I definitely would not have gotten anywhere near this far if I had full-time work. I mean, if I were like a junior developer, maybe, because I could get a lot of my tasks done really fast, and I'd have a lot of free time. But as like a senior or lead, no such thing as free time. Restore health. We'll put it on. Aetherlight has it. Immolation has it. Concussive Blast does not. We'll add that. What was your full-time work? Game development. I'm a game designer. So I took off that to do this, so it's kind of the same thing. It's just I don't get paid for this now, so. Arguably speaking, it's more work than I had before for almost no pay. Not the smartest. We also have partial support for Paralyze and Fear and Slow. We can do that. The role? Previous I was just like game designer. Because I specifically wanted to work at a place that... Like, I don't care about what title they give me. I care more about like responsibilities, you know? But before that, I was a creative lead and lead game designer. But I still feel I need more work in a leadership role before I will feel confident. I don't know. I need more experience in a leadership role before I feel confident. A lot of responsibility, you know? Fear. Slow. The player can't see the effect ranges unless there are effects. So because these are the only working effects in the game, then I feel like that's pretty decent. Fear, Aetherlight. That's one. I think that's two. That's two. That's two. My concern though is that in the case where we have one working... Let me think. What am I trying to say here? No, that's fine. Yeah, that works. Slowed me down too. Wonder how long slow lasts. Pretty long. It's like 30 seconds for slow. Kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying. I mean, I guess that's kind of the point of it, right? Don't hit yourself with a slow potion. He doesn't face me. Fortunately, I appear to have been hit by one of those at birth. With a duration of -1, right? You know, I'm really curious if you make a potion with Concussive Blast and Restore Health. In what order do those get applied? Because if it is in the order that it appears here, then it shouldn't damage me. But if it's reversed, and we do restore health and then concussive blast, it should damage me. I'm very, very curious about trying that. It's actually pretty cool if it does work like that. Because I think that adds a fun little layer of optimization to potions you make. Okay, the first one should damage, then heal us. And I think that the healing effect is larger than the damaging effect. Okay, so yeah, we did get healed to 100. The second one should heal us and then damage us. It does. You know, that wasn't intentional. I do like it. I don't know why I'm surprised. I mean, it's kind of how I thought it would work, but I didn't test it, so I didn't really know if it would work like that. I don't know, it's just nice. I think I like it because I think that it adds a lot of possibility for the player making their own potions where they want to specifically order those events. I don't know how to feel about it. I won't change it. I won't change it. I like how it works. I think it might have some problems in the future though with I don't know. I could see it having problems, but maybe I don't think there's a proper way to do it. Either we do it in order, which I think is very understandable, but may not always be optimal. Or we specifically put some things in a proper order, which gives a more catered experience to certain effect combinations, but is also really annoying because the player doesn't know when that's going to occur, right? So I'm gonna keep option 1 as the design that we want, just because it is the most understandable and also provides some strategy, where the second one is not very understandable and doesn't provide strategy. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if I explained that well. We want to keep effect ordering because it's cool. I don't know why I constantly jump when I play games, but I think it does stem from playing Oblivion in my childhood. Leveling up athletics and acrobatics. Hard as shit mentally, so I'll just lurk. Yeah, no worries. Please don't yell, I still like the after porn cleanup game idea. I do like that game. I do like the idea. I think it's funny. I think it's very viral. And because of that, you may not need super crazy marketing. Getting funding to achieve it, I don't know. It's not impossible. I think it's a game that we could definitely get funding from like Kickstarter, if they would even allow it. But it's also a game that has I'm pretty sure that any fluids in that game would be banned on Twitch and probably YouTube. So in order to make sure that people trying to play it would not get fucked over by editors, or it would need editors or get fucked over, you'd probably have to include some smart censorship stuff for content creators. So it's kind of a challenging game to make in some ways. It's my magnum opus. Notice they recently unbanned Postal 2 on Twitch. You can literally piss in people's faces. Yeah, but piss is only one fluid. We would have green fluids, red fluids, brown fluids, and white fluids because there's, you know, all kinds of fetishes, right? So all colors of fluids. It does have a lot of possibility. Like, you can literally make any famous location. It would be so easy to make Mimi locations, to make P. Diddy's apartment. You could do some crazy shit in that game, and it would be so funny, and you would have endless amounts of content. You stole my ball. What the fuck, bro? I was playing with that. You can even do different, like, dimensions. So, like, you know, sci-fi, and you're cleaning up after, you know, Alien. Game froze. Why did the game freeze? Oh. Oh, no, I know why. That's because of the spawners. That's the nighttime issue that I talked about. I thought something else happened, but that was just nighttime. I lost track of time. Xenomorph corn. I think it would be fun to revisit sometime. I mean, maybe now that we have an artist on board. But I think we would need to get some funding for that. And we could reach out to like some maybe like porn game publishers for that. Because I think that the game idea itself is actually quite strong. But it needs a good prototype. We wanted a lot of like interaction too. So like being able to pick up items and like throw them at your friends. So for instance, picking up dildos that might be covered in things, and you could throw them at your friends and it would get stuck onto their screen and wiggle around as they move until it slides off. You know, we had some really fun ideas for it. Nutaku. What's their... I don't want to pull them up on stream for obvious reasons, but what do you think is their general budget range for games that they make? Or do you think that they would even have one? If they felt that the game idea was strong enough, maybe they would. You even checked out their page, did I? You think I remember that stuff? I had to look up what I did on Friday because I couldn't remember. #1 porn game publisher. It's worth looking into. I mean, if I want to revisit that in the future and see if we can make a new a new version of that, we could do it. Do I still have the prototype for that? Protos. I don't see the prototype that we had for that. I thought that I have it somewhere though. Probably on my home computer. It was working. Yeah, Deadpool level for that cleaning game. I think that multiplayer cleaning games are very popular, and they always have been, and there hasn't really been a super great one recently. Porn Studio Janitor is simultaneously quite original, but also familiar enough that I think people who... It's so easy to sell, literally. The tagline is the easiest tagline I've ever come up with in a game. The elevator pitch. Clean cum with your friends. Like, what else do you need? It's so sellable. I would hate if there's any publishers listening to this right now. Like, okay, you know, we saw him post the prototype trailer for Cauldron Chronicles. I wonder what the game looks like, and they just click on me and here, clean up cum with your friends. I am sorry. I'm sorry that I have good ideas. Visual bug. Not gonna fix. Boring. Boring bug to fix. Clean with your... I have a pitch deck for it somewhere. Not a pitch deck, a one sheet. It's not the greatest one sheet in the world, but I think it's pretty strong. It is pretty old. Someone's got to clean up after the filming of adult videos, and it just so happens to be your dream job. Clean up all kinds of liquids and toys with the help of your best friends, or go at it solo in privacy, no judgment. Discover what happened on set before you arrive through environmental storytelling and prop placement. Clean quickly and efficiently in this cooperative and humorous first-person game as you see the dark and unwiped side of the adult film industry. Legitimately, it is a good idea. Game is cooked and ready to table. And slip and slide on the cum no buy. That would be great. And if you can like spread it around as you slide on it. You have to be able to throw the buckets as well. So like just Tossing the buckets of cum at your friends. Points based on how messy you end up being. I wanted to like really double down on, I think that Viscera Cleanup Detail has it right, by the way, which is like make handcrafted levels because you can do so much funny environmental storytelling with that. I love the idea of there being like a hidden, you know, BDSM dungeon that you find in one of the levels. You find like a little button behind the couch with some like stains leading up to it. Like, what is this? And you click it and then it just leads into this stain and bondage filled room. And you're like, what the fuck? What did they film here? You could also use like clothes and toys and like stains as a way to show the progression of the film. It's like where they took the clothes off, where they did some nasties. And you'd have to clean the clothes. You'd have to, you know, clean up stains, pick up all the trash, move furniture back to its original location. And then you'd have to prepare it for the next film too. So if it was like supposed to be like some casting couch, you would have to put the cameras and stuff in the right place. It was supposed to be that you clean up after the previous and you prepare for the next one. And I think it's a pretty strong loop. Casting couch, what's that? A friend throws a dildo at your ass and it goes in. Imagine that it just ragdolls you like a rocket, so you like it. If they do that and it hits in the right place, it just like fires you forward with an impulse as you ragdoll, knocking shit over. It is a good game idea. Gets released and YouTube is full of cum cleaner speedrun. Any percentage is just sliding that go. I hate that has such potential. Hey, Pumpkinhead. Hold on, I'm supposed to be looking for bugs, but I just keep running around. No issues. The ball gag makes in-game you should be able to wear some of the toys while cleaning. You like the view? Do you like it the most when... Oh, I should fix the rocks here too. How was the progress last time I checked out? I was doing the fishing spots? There's been quite a lot. We're doing a lot of bug fixes and preparations. I like the vibes when it's raining. Very soft. Snow's pretty nice too. We do have some rain. I like showing this off, but the storms too, you can actually hear that ever so slightly the closer you are to the surface. Might be a little hard to hear. Hear that? As you go deeper though, you don't hear any of that. We like those vibes. Oh, big oinkers is stalking me. Is that water effects by Unity? This is unreal. This is fluid flux, which I don't really like. Visually, it looks good, but it is one of the biggest pains in the asses that I have ever worked with. And we will not be. We will be figuring out our own water solution for production. Oh no, yeah, it's not Epic's water. It's fluid flux water. It's a massive pain in the ass to work with. I'm not a fan of it. Really expensive too. Just a nice cheap $426. It is very beautiful. It works really well if you plan to like make an island or an ocean. Great. But if you want to do rivers and lakes, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't touch it. And the problem is it doesn't tell you anywhere in the documentation about those kinds of limitations and problems. And there's no refunds, so if you bought it to make rivers and lakes like me, that's what you suffered through. Yeah, I'm playing my streaming playlist on the side. We do have a main theme song, which you can hear in our main menu. It's also interactive too, so you can play with the animals on the main menu. They're kind of shy though. They're over the hills. Here he comes. You want to play, sir? Oh, there they come. Now they're going after it. Because this is a prototype, it's a proof of concept, so all of the assets that you see that are visual are sourced from the marketplace. And they will be replaced once we enter production. That just requires money. What would be the theme song for the porn cleaner? Dude, the whole porn cleaner game. Don't ask. If you are just entering the chat, don't ask about that. But I think it would just be like weird porno songs. Can the ball moan? Yes. The ball can moan in the main menu, but it is very unlikely that it will. You can also collect the ingredients in the main menu too. And this is our main theme song. This was created by Audio Creatures, so it's a real, legitimate, not AI or source song. And we wanted this to represent kind of the vibes and feel that the soundtrack would have. How long am I in game dev? About 12 years, I think. 12? About 12 years. We have a testing level too, where you can see some of the ideas that we have. Such as blasting creatures onto pressure plates. Nice, we got him. I think that's a fun one. That has potential. Breakable shells for ingredients. As an idea, I think that one works pretty well too. Ingredients that are easier to spot at nighttime. I think that one works. Or one that's only collectible at nighttime. So imagine like it's a flower that only blooms when the moonlight is out. Or you have to mine ore with potions. I like that one a lot. That's a fun one. Or fishing explosives. This one's very crude. It's very crudely done. It's doable though. You ever work as game dev? Yeah, I've been doing game dev for 12 years. I have three games that I'm credited on. Hopefully 4 if we can get funding for Cauldron Chronicles. This one I like a lot because this one is also very easy to. This one's so easy to make, and we could actually even put it into the main level right now. No, that's what I mean. Kuki Muki Tuki. What a name. Darkest Dungeon, Train Life, and Forever Skies are games that I've worked on. The first Darkest Dungeon. I like this one too, though I wish that the cube worked a little bit differently. Because I think people will try to blast it from like the side like this. There is a way that I could fix that. But it's fine for now. These ones are kind of boring. Did you ever work in... Okay. Okay, I've worked in 3... I've worked for 3 games. I worked on this game. Some of you might have played it. Next one, which was not very well produced, but I'm still happy with how it turned out, was Train Life. Very light train simulator. And then this would be the most recent. I didn't work very long here though. Would I work at Rockstar? No, I don't like working with teams that are that big. What's beef with Darkest Dungeon 2? No, I don't think the developers like me very much. I'm too centrist. And I think they're politically captured. And I'm very sad to hear that, but maybe that'll change in the future. The train game was fun. I really liked the team on Train Life. The publisher left a lot to be desired, and the management and production was horrendous, but team was good. Which copies? I don't know. It was definitely Darkest Dungeon, though. I mean, Darkest Dungeon has probably sold, I don't know, a few million copies. But I like working with small indie and AA companies, because you have more impact, the teams are closer, and I think that you get people with a lot more broader knowledge. And the thing is, you know, like Rockstar is special, but most AAA companies don't actually have a very good average talent in terms of experience. And that's mainly because if you're talented enough to, you know, work at Rockstar on a couple games, you can just go start your own studio. How did I get the job? My first job I got by modding the game. I made an overhaul mod for Darkest Dungeon, and then they reached out to me and asked if I'd like to work on the main game. My second job, I was recommended, and then I went into interview and they hired me. Third one was, I don't remember if I applied through their website. No, I was approached by a recruiter. I'm pretty sure. There's a very, very good recruitment agency here in Poland called 8-Bit. They do an excellent job finding people. But they are expensive. Oh, you thought I made my 3.0? No. This would be my first game that would be made by my own studio. So we plan to hire about 25 to 30 people on this full time, and then do outsourcing and contracting where necessary. So this would not be a solo project. Very much the opposite. Any projects suggest newbies should make just to learn things from the process? Like I recommend making an XYZ game. What do you plan to be in the industry? Would be my question. Yeah, following your fun is a really great method. I agree. If you're having fun, you'll learn, and you know, kind of as you do it. Sorry, those rocks were floating. Very good full stacked up, but I would like to enter gaming industry. Should I just go make my own games first, or is there any good way to start? Game jams are a good way to start. Good way to meet people, and I would argue that meeting people is way more important in some ways. There's some new jams actually starting very soon here, right at the beginning of May. So if you guys have some time, there's like an Atome jam, 430 people on that one. I will link this here, by the way. High School Horrors, a light-hearted horror jam. Short Circuit VN, so visual novels. And I promise you that with most jams, you will find people that are very new. There's a fuck capitalism jam, but to be honest, it sounds like a very cringe group of people to join up with, so... There's a bullet hell jam. 470 people have joined this one. And usually they have a Discord. You can meet people here. They have some, you know, inspiration. There's no engine requirement or anything. Systems. Systems are great. I would go in and just try to recreate systems that exist in other games, or systems that you think can be improved. But recreating systems will teach you a lot of what is required to make that system. Jams can be stressful, I agree, but you can meet some good people. What are jams? They're short little timed events where you make games with other people or solo. So in this case, 10 days. You try to make a game, and then you submit it, and people review it and tell you which one is, you know, best, and give you feedback. Now, to be honest, you don't need to complete your game within 10 days. It's okay if you don't. The most important thing is that you meet other people, you learn a lot, and then you do it again and you improve your idea. Only jam experience was me carrying the whole thing through a week of sleepless nights. Well, yeah, you're gonna meet people in the industry that think that they know what they want to do, but then don't actually make anything. Like a hackathon? Yeah, very similar. Very, very similar idea. 100%. There's a big game jam coming up here with 1,000 people. G-Develop. No theme is announced yet, but you must use G-Develop engine to make your game. Which is actually a pretty beginner-friendly engine, right? Yeah, this is a pretty beginner-friendly engine. That's pretty cool. They have prizes too. $400 cash for first place. 250, 150, 100, and then fifth place still gets $100 too. Pretty cool. One copy of Ace Sprite. One copy of Kenny's game assets all in one. Copy of Acid Forge Deluxe, which is very nice. Those are both good. I use Acid Forge. And Kenny's assets are fantastic. So this page is always great. If you have the free time, definitely recommend just joining a couple jams, trying out your talents, and meeting people. Okay, floating rocks fixed. You really can't export to web? I think that you can, but probably with a... Maybe you used to be able to do it. I don't know if you still can. Maybe you used to in like 4 point something. Hey, Lazarla. Jobs are underpaid. Well, I promise you game dev is not going to pay more. What is this art style called, by the way? Nice Bit of Albion? Like ours? Honestly, I'm not very good at terms, but I would say like cartoony, medium poly, stylized with unrealistic textures. I don't know. It's easier to point at other games and say, oh, it kind of looks like game XYZ than it is to define it. I'm not an artist though, so I don't know. Scouted on LinkedIn. I'm gonna be honest. Game development. You are competing with thousands of people, especially at the junior level. And if you do not have a portfolio, you will probably not get a job. And the pay is worse than software development. I'm gonna be real honest. I don't like to beat around the bush. It's one of the worst industries to find work in if you are a junior. Just because it is so competitive. I'm all for like positivity and trying to help people make their first games, but I'm not gonna lie to you. Especially right now, game dev is tough because people are losing jobs left and right. I have very talented friends that have not had a job for over a year. Hundreds and hundreds of applications. God, our desert sucks. This is like one of the first biomes we made. There's nothing to do here. Needs animals, needs something fun to do. But that's all to handle in vertical slice in production. I like that we were able to get snow up on those mountains. Can we check out the keck? Yeah, we'll make sure that that keck is still working. That's important. You're right. Oop, that's what I want to do. The hell is that? You'll see. You'll see. Gonna show the publishers? Well, the publishers do have access to this, and it was in the prototype trailer that I made, so if they find it, they'll see it. We have this this collection of rocks over here that if you look at it from a very specific angle, it spells Keck. And if you stand in this, in the center of this altar and look in this direction for 10 seconds, our Lord and Savior appears. It is peak cinema, to be fair. It was also a pain in the ass to get set up. Holy shit, was it a pain in the ass. Because you have to be standing in here, which is easy to check. But if you look to the side at any point, or you step off, you know, we have to cancel that check. Huge pain in the ass. Like a billion different things that can cancel the showing for it. Love to code, but never try to do it as a job. Way too scared it would slowly suck the joy out of it. There are places where if you work there, you will lose the joy. Working in game dev will also remove most of the magic from game dev. Because you know how it's made, right? It actually became way harder to become immersed in games once you become a game developer. It's kind of sad. Has any playtester found this on their own without being told? I don't think so. I think that you can find the altar of Keck and you can see that it spells Keck, but I don't think anybody's found the 10-second hidden thing. There's also a there's a meme with the beach ball too. Fuck off, bees. If you keep the beach ball in the air for 10 hits, there's another Easter egg. So loud. It's so loud, but you know what? It has to be. Ignore that. Fluid flux. Spend $400 to get fucked over by fluid flux. Sucking with an input mask for 2 days because nobody came across in A+ years and they slap it on the junior guy, and now I'm here hating my life. Almost every task is like that, especially this year. Oh, yeah. I think if you're working on anything as big as a game, there's going to be a lot of work that you just don't enjoy very much. There's a lot of game design work that I don't enjoy. Oh. You can almost get stuck there. I'll fix that. I mean, you can teleport at any time with the cheat menu, so not a big deal. I don't like that the health bar casts a shadow. I can fix that.
Shiitake?
Thank you. Where's the BP for these? The fuck is it? Here it is. Widget. Wait, can I control shadow? Might be the... It's probably in the material. What is resentment? Play it.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
Shiitake?
Shiitake?
Let me see if that disables it. Hey, the most where I previously worked, the tasks were meant for tech lead, senior tech lead, and they didn't want to touch very, very hard tasks. They offloaded it to you. Oof. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I need a surgery, and I have some problems. That Lazarla was voice acting from... It's still rendering. Maybe not. That was voice acting from Assassin's Creed Shadows. The quadruple A game. Built by the award-winning studio Universal Basic Income Soft. You know, the return to form. Of course. Where'd the zombie go? Come here, sir. No way. Yeah, I fixed it. Nice, okay. No, it did not. Never mind. No, it didn't. Son of a bitch.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
You want to see the original? Assassin's Creed Shadows voice acting. Or was it?
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too. Shiitake?
I am eager.
Back for more mushrooms. They continue to grow with resilience.
That's real. That's real. You paid $70 for that, okay? Or you paid $20. What's your choice? Or you pay $65 for both that and this. You choose. I don't really care about that shadow, to be honest. It is what it is. If I can't fix it easily, then I'm not going to worry about it. Even Oblivion's VA. Oblivion's VA is so memey, though, that it's funny. Choose a $70 Nicki Minaj skin in COD. Is that real? Schedule 1, if done properly with FBI raids, cartels, and a little bit of better story, they're actually turfs. The main problem that I have with Schedule 1 is its gameplay. I know that's kind of weird to say, but...
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
True. Also true. That was pretty good. That was good timing. No, I have a problem because there's too much automation that you can get in Schedule 1 that actually just removes the fun for it for me. There was a Nikki skin? What the fuck? What are they doing? Yeah, no idea that did that. It's pretty funny, isn't it? I'm sure that'll get me canceled in some circles. How dare you say the R word? Relax. Nobody uses the word retard in 2025 to refer to somebody who actually has mental disabilities. Nobody. You call your friends retarded when they're acting retarded. Can I add a splash sound? Probably. It's supposed to. I think there should be. It's something to do with the Flux interaction system. I'm pretty sure it's set up properly, but maybe not. I think there's a way I can do it. It's a little hacky, though. Gameplay loop post-automation was just as click-intensive? Yes, I agree. I exactly agree with what you're saying, Ice Creek. It was just less fun when you automate everything out of Schedule 1, but it's just as click-intensive, and it's like, you can either just stand there and watch your workers do stuff while you order them new, ingredients, but that's just really not fun to me. I don't know. I think that the best way to play... If you ask me, the best way to play Schedule 1 is only ever hire cleaners. Those should have played. Take a look. Isn't she worth it? Ew. People like this? Too fake. All right, let me see if I can add the. Oh, I don't even know what to adjust. Maybe the flux surface. Oops, let me do that. Maybe the flux interaction. Hold on, let me check. I have to kind of cheat it. Where's component? There's no component setting. Probably just blueprint then. And a similar issue with gas station. The more I played the game, the more like it became. Yeah, definitely something weird going on with that. I mean, I agree, Lazy Fangs, but at the same time, if you put something in the game and players don't know that it's going to have that result, I think that that is still a design issue. There is some amount of game design that needs to protect players from themselves. As weird as that sometimes sounds. It's gonna update every tick that was in it. It would have to. Well, that's the reason why I'm saying that it's a design issue. If you put the automation in the game and you encourage players to use it, players will, in most cases, use it. But if it actively makes the game worse, then that isn't a fault of the players, and that isn't something that the players should have anticipated. It's kind of a fault of the developer in that case. Huge cookie. Where's the players? Here it is. Does that even get fired? Cached mesh. That's weird. I mean, I understand why the player wouldn't be simulating. Well, the player should be simulating physics. Target's a scene component, though. Just kind of weird. Maybe the buoyancy. Maybe the buoyancy wasn't meant to be put on a skeletal. You have water glitch? Yes. This water system cost us about $400. Or I think $300 at the time that I bought it. And Almost every major bug in our game right now stems from this. It's absolutely horrendous. It's caused so much headache and pain and suffering. I hate it. But I can't remove it at the moment. So we're just going to come up with our own water solution when we enter production. Thankfully, we now know that we need to do that, so I'm not going to try to fix it. It's horrendous. I know the waves look beautiful, but we can find, you know, ways to make good-looking waves. This is not worth it. This will just waste time in development. You just look at it. I mean, I could just skip the check, so I could check if cached mesh successfully cast to skeletal. Heidi, thank you for the raid with 32 people.
Hi, DEW1 Scarade Dmy stream with 32 viewers.
Alright. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome, guys. Good day. Happy Tuesday, Raiders. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Please forgive me. Just correct me if I'm mistaken. How are you doing? I'm doing great. How are you doing? Are you also a game dev? Okay, let me check if this works. You're working in Godot. Oh, very nice. What's your game about? Game looks nice. I appreciate that. This is just a prototype. We're looking to sell our idea to publishers and start entering production, build up a team. So because we aren't an artist, nobody on our team currently is an artist, we needed to make the game look decent enough to sell kind of the vibe, the feel, and have a level to prototype everything in. Hey, RZ. I'm going to print the is in water for the component. Let me do one thing. I'm going to unselect this. I want to see if I update it another way. So let me jump over to my character. Tick graph. Let's grab the buoyancy component. Get water. I also have a swimming component too. Yeah, I'll try this one. It was called Shapeyard. You're the keeper of a small junkyard and try to reach as many points as possible. It's a roguelike puzzle strategy game. Oh, nice. That's pretty cool. What do you do in the junkyard? I'll just print this. Not for 2 minutes, and there's already an entirely other stream running. Yeah, it's Twitch, baby. You volunteered? What did you volunteer for? Here's Cookie. To make my assets, we need a lot of assets. I don't think you know how many assets we need. Managing and selling shapes by machines modifiers. That's fun. I like it. It's very simple. But I like it a lot. Okay, this works perfectly. This can work. Do I do a call on that state change? I could put a delegate in there. You are 100% allowed to share. I do not ban links. That is a privilege that will inevitably get abused by somebody. But for now, thankfully, it has not been abused. There is a binder. Okay, let me set that up then. Yeah, I'll put it here. I want to do this dirtily. Oh yeah, some like shapes. Does give me that vibe too. I love shapes. Maybe it's just the shapes that are making us say that. Me and Lazy Fangs with the monkey brains. Oh, circle. I like your tooltips. Very clean. Yeah, we definitely, if we say that, we definitely don't mean it as an insult. Shapes is a really awesome game. If you've never played it, you probably like it. God, they did such a good job making this. It's so addictive. Oh, no automation. Okay, you manage resources by hand because they're scarce. I see. Okay. That's where the puzzle aspect comes in, right? Is the, like, making the right thing with what you have. Did you ever play Infinifactory, Lazy Fangs? As a fan of factory games? Brain fart on the spelling there. This is a good Zachtronics game that I think flew under the radar. That's also really, really good. Actually, just gonna look like this. Thank you for the follow, man. And again, thank you for the raid. I hope you guys are doing well. We like our lurkers. Yeah, take care. I really look forward to your game. Let me give you a wish list too. This is the wrong account. Hold on, I gotta open up my good account. I love it, dude. Good work on the store page too. Yeah, this is great. Have a nice rest of your day, guys. Or we'll be streaming for another couple hours, so if you're still hanging around, if you're still lurking from the raid, we welcome you. Except the furries. Okay, I need a splash of sound. Where is a splash sound? You know what? There might be one in Fluid Flux. Let's go check their cues and wave files. That's not the one I'm using. Where the fuck is it? Can I not filter on Oh, I do have sound waves here. Wow, that was... Whoa. A lot of sniffies.
Shiitake?
How could we drop back to under 50 subs? Well, apparently some ran out. Water splash, touch. I cannot hear it. Probably because it doesn't have the sound class. I can fix that. But that'll work now. What the fuck? Okay, let me check cues. Can't hear it. So kurwa. Can't hear it. Is it just like too quiet? I can see the cues. I previously had this problem, but it was because it didn't have a proper sound class hooked up. But I have a proper sound class hooked up, so it should work. I should be able to play it and hear it. I could try reloading the engine. There's got to be something. Maybe it's the submix. That's so weird. Yeah, if I exported these, they should play. I mean, all my other cues work just fine, so I don't know why this one is. Unless I did mute editor sounds for some reason. No? Oh, I don't hear any of them. What the hell? Oh, that's weird. Okay, so I think I don't know what it is. I previously played with it muted. And so it, for some reason, kept that sound class setting in editor 2? That's so weird. Yeah, you were right on that one. That's weird. Why would I ever want that functionality? Okay, it should be working though. Kind of a lame splash though, right? It's more for like footsteps. I could layer them. Or just find something better in Pixabay. Gonna be loud as shit. Ooh, kurwa! Okay, this has multiple. Hold on. Eh. Now we have that one. What about this big one? That's when your mom plays my game and jumps in the water. They're horrible. These are so horrendous. It converts it to wave anyway, but I can just pull it up in Audacity and I don't know what these are. These are weird. It's just something like somebody's taking a poop. That's a rock. Look. You ever I don't know what splice is. Yeah, these are horrible. This is like a bathtub. Jump into water splash sound. It's way too overzealous. That's way too much. Record your own. No, these suck ass. These are so horrible. There's really no better splashes. Best I can do is export them and layer them a bit. I'll just put the Q in there to start with. A sound bank? Oh, I don't want to. Yeah, I wouldn't want to pay anything. It's not worth it. This is something that our sound designer will deal with. Having anything right now is better than nothing, so I'm not gonna worry my dumb little face about it. It should handle it. Even that splash is kind of better than the ones we listen to. You're not wrong. Well, I rarely am. Except on except on the Oblivion remaster. I went hard on that. I went hard on that before that came out. But they beat me. I mean, I wasn't wrong, but I was further wrong than right. I think that the way that they explained it to, you know, like the average person was the best way for the average person to understand it. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't expect them to go as crazy with gutting Unreal as they did, but I'm glad that they did because I think that it worked perfectly. It's such a shitty sound, but it works. Like, it does function. Let me turn off everything but sound effects. It's so dumb. It does work. It works. It's true. Yeah. It's not even vertical. It's prototype. We're 14 months of development away from vertical. So I think that in 14 months, a team of 26 people can likely do better than this. But to start with, this is okay. That one sound is better than I think the other two. But it just needs to be like layered a couple times or something. I could try playing multiple. Just like my own curiosity. Like, what if I just play two random ones at the same time? Hey, merge is good enough? You need anything special for Unreal data? Most anything will work. There's UAsset files can't be merged properly, so they're binary. So inevitably you're going to run into issues where you don't want multiple people to check out certain assets at the same time. Lieutenant Cocker. Oh, you have 30-second ad. Yeah, sorry, I would turn off all the ads if I could. But Twitch in their infinite wisdom forces them. Oh. Yeah, I think, you know what, playing two of those sounds is pretty good. It might choose the same sound though. Perforce, I wouldn't choose Perforce personally. Go with Diversion. It has better free plan. And it's just more user friendly. Crashed your PC full blue screen. What is your PC? You said you were using a Mac though, weren't you? Yeah, what's your specs and what's your operating system? Oh, you're on PC now. You probably, do you remember the error message on the game? If I had to guess, it's a VRAM issue. This actually sounds good if we layer 2 of these queues. You definitely shouldn't have any problem. What did the error message say on the blue screen? Ghost, I hate to ask you to blue screen your PC again, but can you blue screen your PC again? Chat, can you all please blue screen real quick for me? Thanks. Appreciate it. No, I just, because I want to see what's causing that, because might be, I mean, it could be anything. Like, it could be a U issue. It could be a game issue.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Only half days of the week. Please tweet win 32. Yeah, I all I can say is, obviously I haven't had any issue like that, and our game is pretty small in terms of like memory footprint. That's unreal. But not that one, but this one up here. I mean, it could be driver. Are you on the latest NVIDIA drivers? Because people have been talking about those causing massive issues. Not to blame, you know, NVIDIA over my game, potentially. But that's been a notorious problem, is the latest NVIDIA drivers are causing massive problems with computers. It could be like a third party. I mean, if you blue screen and you tell me what error message says, that'll be a much better indicator. I would hate for it to be like a U problem where maybe your memory is starting to go corrupt. But it's not out of the realm of possibility, or a drive failing. So like some bad sector could also be a bad install, but I doubt it. I feel like the game would just crash then and not your whole system. We don't really use a whole lot of delegates either, so there's not really problems with like CPU overhead. I use mostly hard object references, which I know is bad, but it also avoids soft object memory leaks. It doesn't have any sort of page fault in non-page area. That is a RAM issue. It is not impossible that your RAM is going bad, that one of your RAM sticks is going bad. Yeah, it's I hate to say it, but one of your RAM sticks might be dying. I don't know, I will definitely not forget this conversation. I haven't had anybody else have the problem though. I mean, like Lazarla, her computer is just so bad that I can't run it. But she didn't have like a blue screen or anything, just the game would crash. There's a really good way though, if you have a free USB stick, you can run memtest, which is free and is a very, very, very good way to test your RAM. So I don't know, it's, you know, sometimes different games will access different parts of your RAM. Weird. Weird, weird, weird. I don't see any reason why Unreal itself would cause a blue screen. Unreal's pretty good about crashing if it causes problems. I mean, I don't know if maybe. I mean, if antivirus would be locking up memory sectors to try to prevent what it perceives as a bug, then maybe. Because it's definitely, I mean, because the stop code you have is a RAM issue. But, you know, as you can see, our game doesn't have like a memory leak or anything. It's not optimized, I'll tell you that, but there's no memory leak. And your computer is way better, way more than enough to handle it. It's also not impossible, those latest NVIDIA drivers. I know people usually like to blame those, but apparently the latest drivers have been nothing but problematic for people. Apparently they just put out a new one actually to adjust crashes and bugs. .26. So I don't know. I don't know. That is worrying, but I haven't replicated that myself, so I don't know what to do about it. What does the water splash sound with everything else at its default volume? The Radeon? Weren't people having massive problems with... I don't know. I don't know. Oh, it's pretty good volume, actually. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's a very dirty solution. Ew. You have good news. Is it not blue screening anymore? Hopefully. Game works. It was the antivirus. Oh shit. What are you using for antivirus? AVG. Oh, that's your problem. Yeah, you can delete that. The Windows Defender is really good. You like it? Okay. It's nice when it's not blue screening your computer over a game. I wonder what it flagged the EXE. That's kind of weird. It's not like I did anything special with the executable. Just shipping build. So nice it doesn't let you play. Yeah, maybe it was saving you. It was like, dude, we know this game is shit. Flags it constantly. Maybe you gotta flag. I don't know. I think maybe just that it's like it's an unknown executable and it just needs to be added to exclusions. Maybe their library or something was fucking up with it. I don't know. I just use Windows Defender and it is pretty good these days. Unless you're trying to fuck over Adobe by pirating their software. But that's easy enough to disable. Yeah, no worries. Hey, the important thing, we know what caused it. Just antivirus, so that's good. Pay for Adobe. Sir, there is like you can in 5 minutes I can have you not paying for Adobe. If you're interested. Can add your game to the allow list. What is this? Oh. Okay. I'll leave that flying. Any other bugs or issues we need to fix up? Kotspur should be getting to... He's really busy, so I don't want to pressure him. But he will probably try to get to the spawning issue today. And if so, then I'll make a new build and upload it to Steam. You guys can get all the fancy fixes and water splashes. I think the current build does have potion breaking sounds, but maybe not. Oh, there was one issue related to NVIDIA? Yeah. Never update drivers till I need to. I do the same thing. Especially once I read on forums of people like, I updated my drivers and it fucked over the game. I'm like, dude, thank God I didn't press those buttons. AVG must stand for antivirusing games. My game is a virus, though, to be honest. Poo-poo prototype. Nah, UI won't be. UI will not receive any love for the foreseeable future. Because it doesn't need to be. It just needs to be functional. I'll tell you what though, I bet it runs a lot better than it does for me in editor. Editor is always trash. Yes, because it's a prototype. I made a small video on YouTube, but maybe not. A lot of you didn't watch it, understandably. When we enter production, we don't work in the same project. We start from scratch, an entirely new project and the latest version of Unreal, and we build the game from the ground up. And we use this as like an example, as a proof of concept, as a way to test out how systems should be working. And in tandem with the GDD and any additional documentation when we are implementing new features, we then make the new feature from scratch. So we prioritize in almost every single case functionality over visuals, and the visuals that we have are mostly to represent how the game should look and feel to publishers for when they're funding us. So publishers don't even ask us about the UI. They're like, oh yeah, it's just placeholder. Just meant to work. Oh, that poison isn't falling. Kinda weird. Oh, scary jump. Poison 3 though, it's pretty good poison. Basically, the goal of like prototyping is to fail fast. So the faster that you can implement things, the better. And you want to avoid having to do heavy refactoring. So test the concept out, do it as quickly as possible, and then just trash it. Will that kill it? I think it'll end up doing 60 points of damage. Yeah, okay. That's pretty good. Oh, I hit myself with that potion on accident. I'll go make a restore health. That's the smart thing to do. Oh yeah, I can only do two ingredients at the moment. There we go. The radius is pretty large. Their attack animation is so weak. Oh, interesting. It would divide by 0. Wonder when that gets called. When potions are all empty. Huh. Well, that's curious. Very useful. It doesn't tell me where the bug is happening. I mean, I could throw a potion and then just step through until I see it. Although that sounds absolutely horrendous. Really? I can't step through and see the... Who designed that? Why would I not be able to step through and see the log at the same time? What do we do in Epic? We know it's trying to call potions. Access index 0 from array. Of length 0. That'd be fucking annoying to find. It shouldn't be returning a... Can't be here, can it? Zero, zero, 1, 2, 3. What the fuck? Why 0, 0, 1, 2, 3? What is it calling those for? Unless it's... Oh, they're separate. It's grabbing the zeros for a separate reason. Which is fine. What's not fine, however, is... Fuck off. Hold on. Don't like how it's grabbing that every tick. I mean, if it is for sure here causing it, which I could see because it is not... It's not updating the index until maybe after the inventory is updated. So it's it's just an order of operations issue. So if it is for sure happening here, then the simple solution is just to check if the I could either valid or just it's not empty. We'll give it a try. It's not really a big deal if it's still happening, because it's only happening for a brief couple of ticks, and it doesn't really cause any bugs, so kind of useless. Oh, it must be somewhere else. Unless those two were separate issues and it was trying to grab that, but this divide is... Fuck me. Like, it is a double. Divide, double, double. But there's no place where these should be getting run. Check potion for knowledge? Maybe. Maybe. This might be getting run. And let me guess, that gets run when we throw the potion too? It does. Is it really here though? Or is that just a coincidence? Well, no, that would make sense because it's running it 7 times, right? So it's 1 for each sweetness array, but because these are empty... Yeah. And we don't initialize those at all, right? I don't actually do a validation check on the potion. I don't know if we remove the potion before we run this. But let me see if that works. No bugs. Wow, I never would have expected that's where the bug would be. It's kind of wild. Books being where they aren't supposed to be novel. I hope it doesn't cause a problem. I mean, there would be no potion to even set in this case, so I think just exiting out is perfectly okay. That is weird that it happens there, though. I'll see what we're calling that. Yeah, it's not here. It's not at the panel. Should make a game where it's just bars. I'm pretty sure there's a an idle game like that. Give me a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then I'll figure out why this is actually playing when the player switches potions. That's so weird. I think it's calling the setup panel and it should not be. Doing here? We farting? Who's farting?
Shiitake?
An open question. I feel like we're running setup panel when the player throws a potion, which is the weirdest thing I've ever heard. There's no way this gets run. How it wouldn't. What is this? Oh, fuck you. I don't care about the heap. It gets run? Huh? Why? Wait, how many times does it get run? I didn't see it getting run there. Wait, what? So when I have two? didn't see it running. Oh, it ran there. I mean, I guess I can just check if it's visible. Hey, August. I mean, this is kind of a hacky fix, but if it works, it works. I mean, that also prevents it from doing unwanted calls, so I'm not going to complain. That actually is kind of a performance fix as well. Custom UE build and shading model. What are you, Virtuos? That is pretty impressive, though. Yeah. Okay. And it doesn't cause any problems with the potions, right? It shouldn't. Okay. Awesome. We fixed those bugs then. Very nice. This is Kotspur when he makes blueprints. This is why we let Kotspur touch the C++ code and I touch the blueprint code. This is a good relationship he and I have. This is how my C++ would look if I touched it. But when do you touch each other? Oh, like all the time. Yeah. That's actually the only reason I go to Krakow anymore. We like to do it in public though, so you know, like we go to a coffee shop and we touch each other at the table. He has to build a game where I do C++ and he does Blueprint. Dude, that would be... There are a few things that I wouldn't recommend in life, and that is one of them. Actually, there's a lot of things I wouldn't recommend. Recommend it completely. I think the pipeline is that he can make the blueprints and then I'll come up behind him and get them finalized. Get behind him and stab him. Well, I am. You know, in a manner of speaking, we do get behind each other and stab each other. Not in a way that the Polish government is very happy about, but... things happen. When two men get in a room together, things happen. In the butt, it's exactly in the butt. Not joking, one manager at my previous job did sneak up behind you and put his hands on your shoulders and lean over you. Not a fan. And it's nothing to do with gay, it's just like it's personal space, you know? I don't know, I'm not somebody that really likes to be touched by people that I don't, you know, like know. Very, very small number of people get into my personal space. I'm not even somebody that likes when I'm talking to somebody and they stand too close to me. Fucking hate that. Oh, I can't stand that. There's an optimal distance to stand away from somebody when you're talking. And I think that this counter is a pretty good example. Optimal's over Zoom call. This is a good distance to me. Is that cola? Yes. It does say cola on the bottle. It does not say coca, because that would of course be copyright infringement for the brand that I buy. Well, trademark infringement actually, not copyright. Very cheap. It was 3 zloty for these bottles. $1.5 liters for 3 zloty. It is cheap. Chemical Warzone? Well, you know. If game dev doesn't kill me first, then the generic cola will. Like the weird like light rays coming off of those. Must be lumen. Or like some kind of refractions or something. Who knows? It's probably local. I don't know. Who cares? I will say, we might not have money, but we're not in debt. And I think that in 2025, that is an accomplishment of its own. Thank you, Hitch, for compiling shaders. I appreciate that. Especially, what is it nowadays? Like, average credit card debt. The average credit card debt per American in February 2025 is $6,455. Now, that's not to say that everybody has credit card debt, like my parents don't, but, you know, that's the average. That's wild. Non-Dedka's never attempted anything in life. I mean, you're not exactly wrong. Like, if you want to go buy a house or buy a car, you're going to have to go into debt for it. But I think that's why credit card debt's a bit better to look at. It's mostly Gen X. Jesus. But even millennials are at 6.6 and Gen Z is at 3.2. That's fucking crazy. It makes sense though for Gen X because, you know, that's like, you have a house, you have like a car probably that you're paying off, maybe a couple medical stuff, kids. You got 6.8 of credit card debt? Or if Cauldron Chronicles debt? Credit cards are fine too. People should not be scared of credit cards, especially if you're in the US. You should have a credit card. You should be building up your credit history. Just here's the super simplest recommendation. Never spend more money on it than you have. And it's crazy. You will actually never have debt. Oh, and pay it off immediately. That's all it takes. And you will literally never have debt. You will have a great credit score. And when it comes time to take on debt for like a mortgage or for a car, you will get the best rates because you will have excellent credit history. I don't think it should be glorified, but I think it should just be, it's a responsibility. It's a piece of plastic that says you have more money than you usually probably do. And that it comes with a responsibility. But if you just never spend more money than you have, and you treat it like a debit card, you will never go into debt. And if you have good credit cards, you can actually get discounts and benefits from them. And using a credit card responsibly will save you more money than if you don't have a credit card. Like, I get 1 to 3% cash back on all of my purchases, and I have no annual fee. So I literally do not pay anything. I get discounts on everything that I buy with it. Credit cards also have very good fraud protection and chargebacks, which are nice. You shouldn't charge back too often, of course, but when you do need to charge back, it is nice to be able to charge back. Frog protection, yeah, frog protection. Exactly. I think Mau Mau could use that. Apothecary Diaries. Charge back on debit? Okay, well you can also charge back on credit. But you don't get any benefits from having a debit card. And unfortunately, you usually have to pay money to have a debit card. At least here in Poland you do. Some bullshit fee. We sent you a card, so here's $3. 3 zloty getting removed from your account every month. Well, credit card without an annual fee has absolutely none. So it costs you $0. The fuck? All my potions got reset. Well, that's awkward. Let me go see why. Credit cards have a here cost an annual fee? I've heard credit cards in Poland are not that great. But in US they can be good. Okay, it's not the data. It's something else. Maybe something that I broke with the potion panel. Or in that function. I know where. It's because here. It is because of this. Okay, I know an alternate way to solve it then. Probably. I think credit cards are just, you know, they're temptation for people. They're like, oh, I'm running a bit low on cash right now. You know, I get paid next Friday. I'm just gonna buy the thing, right? And there is psychological proof that paying with credit cards makes people spend more than they would normally if they were paying with cash. So I think it's just, why the temptation? I agree with you. If you cannot deal with credit card temptation, then you should just use debit cards. If you can deal with credit card temptation, credit cards are there are no negatives of having one over a debit card. I know Twitch because my parents had some issues with that, but they fixed it, thankfully. Yeah, the yearly cost, of course. But if you have like cash back and if your yearly cost, let's say your annual fee for your credit card is like $20. If your cash back every year sums to be greater than that, then again, it's just a net gain. Usually for some people though it isn't, but it just depends on your spending habits. What's cash back? So for like me, I get 1% cash back on everything except for restaurants, where I get 3% cash back. And that's money that I can apply towards purchases. So it's free money. It's basically discount, what it is. I don't know what I currently have. I think I spent some recently. Oh no, I have $30 cash back right now. Like, I just bought some stuff on the Fab store through it. I could just apply that towards a purchase. If you use a credit card, do you immediately have to pay up the interest? No. So the interest only accrues when you fail to pay. There's a minimum payment. So you get like you have 30 days essentially to pay back, minimum, to pay back what you just spent on it. After that 30 days, you'll have to pay a minimum payment. And that minimum payment is your credit, right? So how much you have to pay back towards it. If you don't pay that back, I believe, is where you have to start paying you start accruing interest towards it. But Twitch Dog probably knows more because he sounds like he does. I've never had to pay in. I've never had any interest on credit cards, so I've never had to worry about it. I'm too scared. What's the actual benefit against budgeting correctly? You don't have to go in the red. You don't go. It's literally just do not spend more than you have. Like, never. Always be aware of how much money is in your bank and never spend more than you have, and pay immediately. Pay back immediately when you can. If you establish that habit, you will never pay anything to the credit card companies. And you will just get the benefits of having that card and having the security of that card and that company. And for me, it's Capital One, and Capital One has been really, really great to me. I once called them up because I used to have a card with an annual fee. I once called them up to ask them if they could remove it, and they're like, next year we can remove that fee, but we're gonna get rid of that fee for you this year. Just because I asked them nicely. Pretty cool. Pay interest on balance if it's above 0 by the time they bill you for the second time on a balance above that. It's hard to explain, Twitch Dog. I think it's something you have to explain visually. But like you have like I don't remember what the term is, but every month is your, like they calculate how much you would have to pay minimum for the next cycle, and that's your chance to pay that minimum. If you pay that minimum, you won't have any sort of like fee or interest. So you always have a minimum of 30 days to pay that minimum amount, always. But usually, if you're really on top of it, you can usually have the charge, have it set, and then pay it back before that cycle does the calculation. It's actually really hard to go into debt with a credit card. You have to be really bad with your money, which unfortunately most people, I think, are. It does not save you from the interest. Then, like I said, I don't know. I always pay back exactly what I'm owed, so I've never had to run into interest. So maybe I'm not quoting it correctly. I have 100% on-time payments. I've never had that. I just pay in full. Damn, you're drawing out cash and credit cards. Shit, dude. That's rough. Yeah. That's the danger. 10 years to clear. Fuck, dude. Hey. Congrats on clearing it. For anybody who's not aware, you can use credit cards to withdraw cash. There is a fee on top of that. And it's a really easy way to spiral out of control into debt. You can also use credit cards. Some of them allow you to pay off other credit cards, which as you can imagine, is another way to spiral out of control. So it's not good. Like I said, habit is just never spend more than you have, pay it back immediately. And life is good. Okay, let me go see if that fixed the problem. I think checking against those being empty is probably the best way to do it. Fuck, it isn't. Oh, because it's still doing the select, isn't it? Yeah, so it's still checking those even because it's... Maybe we should just check if the potion is valid rather than checking if the player has it. I think a good validity check would just be checking ingredients. Doing that because I called in and said I can't pay, they'd have frozen my cards and left me with no way to pay other necessary bills, so I got trapped a bit. Damn, dude. Hey, I'm really glad that you got it cleared, though. That shit's not easy, and I think a lot of people just give up. Or they, you know, go into file for bankruptcy. That's the sad thing, is like people like me can get away with not having to pay credit card companies anything because there are people that get fucked over, right? It's weird. I don't want to defend it. It is predatory. It's very predatory. And if they were just people like me, the company wouldn't exist, right? Because they'd just be giving me free money. So shout out to all the people in chat who are financially irresponsible. Thank you for allowing me to get free credit card benefits. I'm out. I want to open up another one. Really? You call them back to tell them to take it off? That's crazy. What's wrong with them increasing your credit? Because wouldn't that increase your credit score? What do you know that I don't know? Saving up your Raptor bucks. Meanwhile, I'm too cheap to spend 12 zloty on delivery for my books. Polish mentality. No, it's better to be it's better to be overly financially responsible than any amount of financially irresponsible. At a certain point, Noah would end up harming. Really? You've locked all your credit in with them, as well as leaning towards irresponsible. Oh. Really? So all those places, all those things that like tell you your score and tell you that the more credit you have, the better it looks. What is like the golden amount in your opinion then for the amount that you should have? Mrs. Rape. Please include the T there, sir. Okay, we fixed it now. Awesome. Thanks for the sub to my wife. I appreciate that.
Agushia just subscribed. Lazy podkreślenie thanks gifted a tier 1 sub to Agushia.
Agushia.
They have given 140 gift subs in the channel.
A lot of subs, bro. You got a sweet spot for max credit score, where you have a rolling credit balance each month that is within your means, too low or too high, and they downrate you. Yeah, I've seen that. You know, I'd rather be downrated for not having a rolling credit, in all fairness. I think I'm happy with not rolling my credit. Even if that means that my score I don't know, my score right now is like Well, it's higher, right? FICO is always higher than the other one. I forget what it's called. But the FICO score does a hard credit pull. Although I think that they're fixing that these days. I just got an email from Capital One like 2 weeks ago that said that they're implementing FICO score for their credit inside their app, and it will not do a hard pull. It's zero balance, paid off mortgage and everything. Dude, it's fucking awesome. Dude, my fingers burn again. Yeah, dude, I can tell. That's huge though, especially in this economy. So my credit score right now is like 785 or something. And it won't go higher really because I don't have like a mortgage or a car loan or, you know, anything. So I think that's about the highest that it's going to get for the moment. But that's still pretty good. That's still in the excellent range. I think that if I did need to apply for one, I would get it. It's out of 800. I think it's out of 850. Hold on. Yeah, 850. Some say excellent starts at 750 though, so I don't really know. Oh, FICO 750. Okay. So I guess, yeah, being in excellent range for FICO is the best because that's the one that all the banks and shit use. I don't think I've ever checked my FICO score though. I've used Vantage score, that's the one. And Vantage is, I think, lower usually than FICO. Well, it says here that Vantage Excellent is 781 to 850. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? Who knows? Didn't even start at 0. Their scales are fucked. Here's the thing too. If you, by the way, if you want to build credit, and they're not going to tell you this, but if you want to build credit in the US, and you don't want a credit card, you can get a secured, it's a secured credit card, right? So you pay the bank money, like $1,000, and they give you essentially a debit card with that $1,000 on it. Or it links up to an account with that money on it. And it builds up your credit score as you use it. So there are ways that you can build up your credit score in the US without having to have a credit card. And if you want to be safe or you're just starting out, those are the best options for you. Rather than just jumping in and getting a credit card. And there's no like fee on that secured card. FICO's 850, all the others at 750, okay. All I know is I'm pretty happy with what I have right now with my score. Here, I'll do an update on the score. Live credit score check. Has like a kill from a zombie who's floating. The spawners are bugged. What do we got? This is the Vantage. This is the Vantage score too. Oh, 794. That's pretty good. I'll take it. That's what I'm hoping, Twitch Dog. That's what I'm hoping. And I think the more important thing is not the interest rates, but how much money I actually am making per month and how stable the job is. But if I can secure that, combined with the good interest score, I think we could do, if we're pretty happy with how stable our jobs are, I'll just take like a 15-year mortgage or something. As long as prices of 15 or 20, as long as prices of homes come down. But prices have to come down. Oh, they carried your credit rating across. That's really nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah, normally you'd get fucked. I have my wife too as a joint holder so that I'm pretty sure that her credit score will be linked to mine because of that. And so she should have a credit score if we get her set up with anything. What a great stream. Testing bugs, talking about credit and debt, and porn studio janitor. What a stream. It's actually nice to have a topic to talk about while I'm doing this, because this is kind of boring. But we fixed a lot of bugs today. Great stream, great people. I agree. I like the people on our stream. We don't have any, like, weirdos. Nobody who's too easily offended. Tit job. Okay, we do have weird. We have acceptable weirdos. Oh, callback handler. What does that come from? What is invalid callback handler and export data interface callback? Is there a callback in collectibles? Huh. It happens with potions and ingredients. It does not happen with those collectibles. What about junk? What about Jenkum? Don't Google Jenkum. Just let me say these words, and if you don't know what they mean, it's better that way. I think there's like a shield over here or something. Yeah. Does not happen with shields, but it happens with potions and ingredients. Go check out why. Is there a callback? I wonder if it's with force validate tooltip. It's not like we have any bindings. I mean, it happens a lot too when you stop playing the game. UV5, invalid callback handler. That's auto hotkey. Like that looks weird. It's auto hotkey. I don't know. I mean, it's just a warning, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. Are the trees behaving? That's a good point. That's a good question. I think my trees are not hovering. Trees are safe. Trees be good. I don't know. I don't know what causes those, but they're not really important and they don't cause any bugs, so I'm gonna ignore them. Same with that, to be honest. Been months. I think we boiled it down to messing with the grass seemed to cause like the entire landscape to reset, and any custom offsets on foliage were lost. So I haven't fucked with grass, and I haven't had any problems since. Sorry, I was reading a message. Well, I can't find any more bugs. I don't know if you guys have any bugs in the current build. I've literally, like, I've done so much playtesting, I've fixed up everything that I can find that isn't related to fluid flux, so I don't know. Or anything that isn't related to fluid flux or something so small that it's insignificant, right? The biggest ones were the merchant ingredient that we had today. Intended feature. No, I'm pretty happy. I'm happy with the stability of the build. Except when antivirus isn't causing blue screens. That's crazy that it did that. It must have been locking up memory to try and it must have been locking up memory as a way to try and prevent the spread of the virus. And as such, it was causing memory faults. Which is what you would want if there were an actual virus. Not so much what you want when you're playing a game. I just smelled alcohol, and there's no alcohol around. Like, my brain just interpreted the oxygen going inside of me as smelling like one of my favorite alcohols. Guys, am I fucked? Am I actually an alcoholic? I am? Damn it. Oh well. If you have to ask. Like, I literally just smelled, and as if my nose were hovering over the mulled wine, it enveloped and it gave me that feel. Like, I just smelled it without it being here. That's not normal, right? Oh. Uh-oh. moved. Those buttons should not be hit testable. Oh, look at that, yeah. When in doubt, if you're working on Unreal, just open up an inventory and spam tab and enter. More likely than not, you'll find some things that probably shouldn't have the ability to be focused. You will break your game if you do it, like I just did. It's normal if you're an alcoholic. No. Something was printing moved though, and I don't know where that was coming from. That was kind of weird. This is gonna print a whole lot of shit. I can check on the right, can't I? Because it's a, oh no, it's not a comment, it's a print string. It would have been UI. Or the Alchemy Library. But I think a UI. Found it. But it was something, it's something else receiving. I don't think that's a big problem if that receives input, but something else is receiving input. I need to give Mrs. Raptor more attention? I mean, you're not wrong. What is getting focused? This is receiving focus down here. I think because it is a button, technically. Okay, I can fix that. What are some other menus that we have? Cheats. These are all focusable, and we don't want those to be. Yeah, I can fix that. I forget to do that. Every time that I should do it, I forget to do it. Bad habit. I hope the Schedule 1 guys don't get upset at me for listening to their soundtrack. How much did we allot for budgeting concept art? Okay, nothing here should be focusable. I have a QA friend who will literally open up my game and just spam buttons, mash his keyboard in an effort to try and break it, and then complain to me that the game is broken. And I hate him for it, but he's actually just doing his job. These are focusable. They're focusable, but they don't... Oh. I think the debug emergency exit is focused. Yeah, it is. Okay, I'll fix that too. The worst offender for that is in-world widgets like the buttons on our alchemy table, which if they're focusable and the player has input on game and UI, they can smack those, which caused a very, very early bug that I think I fixed. Had a bug reported that we couldn't reproduce for a long time, then it turned out it only occurred when scroll lock was pressed on the keyboard, which only happened because our testers catwalked in it. Dude, that's wild. It's like, it's the forbidden zone, it's the forbidden forest of the keyboard. Pressing like scroll lock, pause. Should I make the pause button in my game pause? Just for the memes? Wait. It does! Wait, pause? The pause button on my keyboard actually does pause my game. But it's like a base Unreal feat. What the fuck? No, there's no way that works in the build. There's no way. I mean, it might be an editor-only thing. Oh, that's that. Wait, that's the wrong button. Oh, it's an editor-only thing. Okay, for the memes, I'm gonna make it work in the game. Even uses the pause button. Well, coming to Cauldron Chronicles with you coming, you will be able to use the pause button. I can test it in the standalone. I'm gonna revert those. I think it... You can now press the pause button to actually use the pause button in Cauldron Chronicles. Beautiful. Best feature. Oh fuck. I could make the home key teleport you back to your hut. And the end key could just kill you. Did I do it? Best feature creep. I look, the programmers are gonna look at this in the future too and be like, what the fuck? We have to port this over? Hey Jormungandr, how goes your game? It's good, we fixed a lot of bugs today. Couple of major ones, couple of minor ones. Added water splashes. We made the pause key on the keyboard actually pause the game. I don't know why, but we did it. Add that to the funding slides, yeah, as a selling point. We've actually made the most useless part of your keyboard useful. Oh, I should delete this. This actually isn't used anymore. Well, they won't do anything anyway. What do you mean pause key? Like the key that's above your arrow keys, all the way next to scroll lock. Unless you have a keyboard that maybe combines those. This one. You know what I should do? I should make a whole series on YouTube where I just check every single game that I can and see if the pause button actually pauses the game. It's just like 10-second videos. That's the entire channel. That'd be so stupid. The stupidest idea ever. People would watch it though. Let me help you with that? Game input database. What the fuck? It doesn't show keyboard though, it's kind of weird. This is nice though, this is really cool. I like that, that's really good for working in games. Yeah, like the game UI database or interface in game. Although I don't know if they're still updating this. Maybe they are. Oh yeah, maybe they are. This one's very nice too. Search games, filter screens. Can I actually check like pause? Is there a way to search for pause buttons? on this one. Yeah, this one might be better. I remember back in the day, Game UI database used to be horrible, but it looks like they've really been doing some good work on it. I'm happy to see that. If your UI designers are not using this, or your UX designers aren't using this, you might need better UI and UX designers. I really wish I could search by key. It's so sad. Also, why does it not show me mouse and keyboard controls? Am I clicking the wrong thing? What's a PC only game that I can use to check? It's so annoying. Dota? Not there. Maybe it doesn't have it. Maybe my YouTube channel idea is actually still pretty possible. I will be the unsung hero of the pause button users. I will rate games, by the way. I will rate games a 0 out of 5 based on how well that they have pause button functionality. That Sky Children one? Or was that? Yeah, it doesn't have keyboard controls. It's still nice though. It's still very good, but I wish it had PC controls too. Maybe they'll work on that. What was I doing? Oh, I was gonna make the home button teleport you. Page up down turns pages in book. Dude, I hate this. I hate how many good ideas there are for these. The stupidest inputs ever. That's somebody is gonna have their cat walk over their keyboard and discover that I've implemented inputs for these. God, I hate it so much. I hate you, Ice Creek. Thank you for the good idea. Oblivion always had weird key bindings though. I kind of wish they changed some of those. They did improve jump though. But when you first play Oblivion, by the way, jump is not on spacebar. It's an old game. Sprint with alt? The fuck? Space isn't jump? I thought space was jump in original Oblivion, not the remaster. Maybe I'm crazy. I could just call cheat from ID. What am I doing? Copying it. An original Oblivion jump was E. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think interact was space, wasn't it? To like open up a corpse or something. You could change it, but it was just weird. Product of its time. Okay, home will now teleport you. Home. I wonder how I can commit suicide. In-game. In-game. Make it so that if you press a key that isn't bound to anything, it just does a random action. That'll teach people to put their hands on the right buttons. Random action keybind, yeah. And every single key on the keyboard is bound to use it and cannot be unbound. It's either bound to a different keyboard key or it's random. The unbound button is instant death. Imagine a game where the keybinds randomly change every time you press a key. I mean, there's game ideas here. There's a small like micro game idea here in what we're saying. It's very memey. Like you have to play Twister with your keyboard to actually just move through levels. Like think of a game like Super Meat Boy or like any like jumping game, right? Where the keys change every time you like complete a level. And so you're literally just I could have made a bad joke there. I'm not gonna do it. That might get me in trouble. I'm not saying it. You know, you know. I agree. I think it is underexplored. I should have a input mapping for the book for turning pages. That one's easy to do, but I need I can make delete just close the game. No, that might be a problem for people typing in names of potions. I can make end. I can definitely make end just kill you though. I don't know if I could do it though. IA kill self. Kolea Shlonsky. KS. I don't need this open. Kill self. End. Kind of depends. I wonder what did Cuthbert do to heal the player? That's what we would need to do. Oh, he just applies restore health. Okay, I might be able to then just apply. Yeah, I can do this. Just apply concussive blast at level 5. We'll send, okay, I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna make a suicide joke. I'll skip that one. I don't want to push my possibilities here at the end of the stream. Okay. That should work then in the player. It should pop up with the player's death screen. Okay, end. It doesn't work. It's beautiful. I love it. Home should start an auto walk to home. Right now it teleports the player back to their hut. Although that is kind of a funny idea. I like it. Sounds like a potion effect. You know, it kind of does. I don't know if we have any potion effects where that would be. What confusion. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what potion effects we want for the full game, but they're most likely going to be pretty similar to what we have now. Every potion effect we add definitely increases the amount of work that the narrative team will have to do, so. We don't have to be too crazy. Let me go find a book. Okay, page up and page down do work. I'm talking to an artist with very good information, very good things to think about. Talking about our budget for concept art. We have it set to 50k right now, euros, which might be okay, might not be. That's what the debate is about. If 50k isn't enough, what do you imagine might be the top end range of it? Okay, I think that's pretty good. I think we fixed a lot of bugs, and we'll see if Cuthbert gets around to fixing the spawners tonight. But if not, then I will just wait until he's done. And we'll do a big build with all the bug fixes. None of them were too crucial. But I want to wait until those are fixed because right now it is causing a crash at nighttime. And it's spawning enemies in the air, so those need to be resolved before we are ready to make another build. Although I could make a build without the spawners just for the time being. I'm going to do it. You know what? I'm going to do that. When I get home, I'll make a build without the spawners. And you guys can get the new fixes. And then we'll just wait until the spawners are fixed. I hope that sounds pretty good. Alright then, I will upload all my changes for today. Except for, I want to undo a couple of things. Undo that. Flux surface and buoyancy component shouldn't need anything. What's your opinion on hand animations versus mocap suit? If you have about $5,000 to spend, I know that's a great way to start a conversation for indie developers, but if you have $5,000 that you can reasonably spend, you can buy a pretty cheap mocap suit. You can probably get away with even cheaper things, but this would be like a one that you could actually work with in production, and then any decent camera. I don't remember what it was called. Cheap mocap suit. I don't know if it was Optitrack. There's probably a whole bunch these days. Well, this one's like 300 bucks. It's even cheaper than that. I don't know where I was getting 5,000 from then. They're really cheap now. I think it's worth it if you can, but you'd have to clean. You still have to clean those up by hand. So it really depends on like your use case. Because it won't be perfect, but it will be a fast way to get really good looking animations and then just clean them up by hand if you're capable of doing that. Okay, fixed up a bunch of bugs. Did some rebalancing too. Very descriptive. Also added in some meme inputs. Yeah, I'll make a build today. Alright guys, I'll get going then. I'm getting hungry. Does anybody want a key for Cauldron Chronicles on Steam before I head out? Just for like testing it. I don't know if anybody's here who hasn't gotten one yet and would want one. You can also ask me on Steam too. You don't need to be a follower, you don't need to be a subscriber, there's no NDA. It's not very optimized, especially in VRAM. If not, then I will get going for today, guys. I will see you tomorrow. I don't really know what we're going to be doing tomorrow, because I don't really have anything else to touch up on, so it's not impossible that I might just walk in and say, hey, we're going to be playing some Oblivion Remastered or something. I don't know. I got nothing else. All of our documents look good. The game looks fine. Maybe we can come up with some other game ideas just for the fun of it. We'll see. I'll think about it over the night, and We'll see what we want to do. We could work on more depth level ideas too, but I need more level ideas for that. So we'll give it some thought. Maybe like rituals. We could prototype rituals. That could be nice. I'll think about it. I will think about it. All right, guys. Take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for the for all the love today, all the follows, the raids. I really appreciate that. Have a nice rest of your Tuesday, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, guys. See ya.